Hi, I'm Chris Vangelus, Internet, with @sign, and I'm streaming today with Aaron, username axsmith @sign.bsky. Hello, Aaron.
Hi, Chris. How you doing?
Oh, boy howdy. I'm rolling and rocking. I'm doing a couple things simultaneously up until about 10 minutes ago. Hi everybody. We're here with one more pre-TFCon LA news dive because Aaron is flying out on Monday. First thing.
Yeah.
Just quick shouts out and hellos.
Early, the first thanks that we were going to have like a 8:30 flight, I think was our initial flight out, and then Southwest said, yeah, we canceled that one. How about a 5:30 flight?
AM?
Which means leaving yes, AM, which means leaving the house at like 2?
Yeah.
Which I said, no, how about we go a little bit later in the day there, Chief?
If you want to just derange your sleep schedule literally the day before you travel to a convention weekend or week, I guess. That's even worse. You have a whole week.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. 2 a.m., which is more like 11 p.m. the West Coast time. Yeah, just totally explode everything.
Aaron going to bed nice and early at 11 o'clock every night during TFCon. Just like, yep,
yeah.
Time for my warm milk. Time to lie down. Hellos and shouts out to everyone who is currently present. I see Robot Lorekeeper. I see Lee Calba, who noticed Shark Tale. I see Sideswipe Prime, who noticed Electronic Gaming Monthly. I see Eve Tronia. I see Shia bringing up Gravity Rush. That's a new thing. Sean Ring of Doom, Griff, Dynamo Dave, Alexis Silver. Someone let Axsmith in here again.
Yeah.
Long was here. Rosetta Foster, Timu Kananen, Student Scissors, Corito Prime, M Cypher here for some of the retro times. Ezim, Amzod. There we go. And yeah, I saw the word Stromboli. That's a fun word. I had ravioli yesterday, so go me. It's cheese ravioli. It wasn't that exciting, but it was pleasant. It was comfort food.
Hey, good cheese ravioli, great comfort food.
Yeah, they had it at the butcher shop, like some pre-made.
Don't even need like sauces or anything. Like a little bit of oil, butter on it, something.
I bit right in. They had just had some spinach leaves in with it, so I was like, this is just a warm flavor profile, Mm-hmm. Smoldream, hello. Tombot, hello. I'm gonna pop us over to the browser feature right now, just so that we're on it. But yeah, we're gonna go bull rushing into October. We're just gonna see how far we get, and then should we finish the year, then we finished it. But if we don't finish it, that's fine. That means that we have a funny way to end the panel at TFCon. Should our panel be happening? Is the schedule up yet? I haven't looked today.
I've not seen a schedule yet.
Okay, yeah, I'm guessing that's on Monday then.
I think they keep adding new people to the show.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody. I suspect
Montano.
Yeah, we got Suma Lee. We have Winnie the Pooh now as well. Literally Winnie the Pooh, the biblical one. But I think the broad strokes reason why the schedule isn't up yet is because they keep adding guests, and that probably keeps taking the schedule and just shaking it like a little snow globe. Yeah, the Winnie the Pooh. Jim Cummings is his name.
Jim Cummings.
I always substitute his name as Winnie the Pooh in my head.
Done other voices as well.
Oh yeah, Savage Dragon, famously. That's the other one I always remember him for. They made a Savage Dragon cartoon once, and and Jim Cummings did Jim Cumming noises constantly whenever Savage Dragon had any action scene. So he'd be just climbing out of some rubble. He'd be running down the street, but he'd just always be going like all those Jim Cummings struggle noises. Voice of the Terror Mask from the Splatterhouse remake. I did not know that. Yeah, we ended off on October 6th. I believe we finished October 6th because I recall reading these two titles.
Mm-hmm.
So that means we'd be up to here now. So Amazon is shipping G1 Ricochet. That was some of the news at the end of September 2004, was that Ricochet was showing up in Canada. Now he's shipping with free shipping at $34.99 from Amazon.com as of October 7, 2004. People are spotting Alternators, Trax, and Meister. Dreamwave still has we're up to Energon number 28, so we're closing in on the end. I remember now, there were 30 issues that came out.
Yes.
The Alternators case assortment. 2 times Grimlock. Well, no, I never saw Alternators on shelves in Canada anyway, so I don't know.
So yeah, I remember with Alternators cases, they had a lot of it'd be like the previous, whatever was new in the previous case would be short packed in the next case. Like it actually seemed like they were rolling things forward or something along those lines. Versus now where it's like, hey, a wave happens, and if you miss that wave, good luck.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I especially this part of Alternators I never saw on shelves in BC very much at all, except for the very first couple and then a segment of the plastic bubble wave or era.
Okay.
But a lot of the I think this is the Red Box era that Meister, Swindle, Grimlock were from. I saw a swindle once, and I bought it on site just because I saw one. And I was like, wow, an alternator! Because I collected Vinyltech back then because it was easier for me to collect Vinyltech. Because I could just go to a store on the mainland who always imported Vinyltech. Let's see, Transformers at the Moon have got a gallery for God Primus, which is the Chrome Gold Rodimus.
Linky no worky.
Damn it. I always like to check the first few. Hey! 20th anniversary Optimus Prime on sale at Toys R Us Canada for 50 Canadian. Dang.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I might have gotten one of those, because I think either me or my mom got the 20th anniversary version of Masterpiece 1 and just never opened it, because we didn't need to. But I don't remember anymore. It might have been Grimlock instead. Transformers.com has updated with some instruction sheets. I wonder if these instruction sheets are still buried somewhere in Transformers or Hasbro.com, because, like, if I recall correctly, those instruction PDFs have, like, made it through multiple versionings of websites.
Those links still work. At least the Beachcomber one did. You do need to have Adobe Acrobat Reader to view them, though, because they're PDFs.
Oh, don't worry, I do.
Okay. And these look like they're just scanned. Yeah, these are just like scan. This is somebody tossed it on the printer, on the copier printer.
You know, I'm going to throw it out there. These are not great instructions. Like, these are kind of milky.
Yeah. Oh, the Energon Galvatron one looks like it's actually like the Beachcomber one. That's definitely like a copy. You can see like the crease line on it. I hit the Galvatron one, which is the next one down. That one looks like it's actually
it's a bit nicer. I'm
like how it
my
was
browser window
printed.
a bit.
And see, this is a way that monochrome isn't bad.
This looks better.
Like the one color, because it's like, hey, we've colored the thing that's moving. Not everything gets shades of purple, and one of them has a slightly different shade of purple in order to indicate something, but we're not telling you what.
That Beachcomber one was using a dim gray as the highlight color, and
I think that Beachcomber one just came off of a copy machine. That
in black and white. Okay.
That happened to have like a save to file.
Yeah. Okay. Damn, I forgot. Galvatron, a sizable toy. A leader, technically a leader from the show. 9 steps.
9 steps.
I scrolled down to here. I was like, wait, it stopped? I have that toy, but I forgot. He's a swift and simple one. The sword gimmick with the tank is always so fun, though. Like, using the tank to pull the sword out. That's a baller move. Galvatron's a simple man. I wonder what... I never looked at the combiner instructions. I wonder what they actually were formatted like.
Wing Saber's 7 steps?
Yeah, I mean, Wing Saber as a toy... Well, 6 steps on Sledge. But Wing Saber as a toy is not complex by design. Okay, they only show one limb mode. So they're like, do this one as an arm. But ideally, you would have gotten Bone Crusher to see how to orient for foot as well. Look at the Wing Saber scans. Oh, this... Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is way better. Yeah, like half the instructions are the Gatai modes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a neat idea, that toy. They announced for LA, the Fans Hobby exclusive is a black wing saber, but in my opinion, it's too much. It's too boring. They left out some of the kooky colors from the Grand Scourge stuff.
Yeah, I don't have that Grand Scourge, so the wing saber is definitely not going to be a thing that I pick up. But I feel like that should have been the opportunity to just go wild.
Mm-hmm.
Like Toxitron, type of just blow it out.
Because like classically, it's supposed to be like a teal and a dark yellow that were on the Kabaya kit. But even just picking one of them, seeing the combined form like just take all the color away from Grand Scourge, I was like, I understand the motivation, but I think it just comes off a little too much. Like they have some cool little sort of soft blue pick-out spots, but yeah, I mean, also I didn't get at Grand Scourge either, so either way.
Yeah, but I feel like a Wing Saber, like even with whatever the Kabaya kits, like Wing Saber should take whatever the color scheme is and turn it up to 11.
Yeah, I agree. I know nothing about the Fans Hobby Wing Saber toy. I don't even know if the Wing Saber colored version is out yet. Like, kind of curious if they are jumping ahead with because if the Wing Saber color version isn't out yet, I could see a simpler low paint version being easier to produce first as well.
Yeah, maybe.
But
that
I don't.
way you
I
don't
know.
have to worry about paint masking and stuff like that. Although, do they? I mean, they frequently change what the masks are if they're doing different characters. Like, it's not the same paint, just a different shot. So I don't know.
It would be cool to see it in person because, Chosen Prime will have it all put together in their cabinet, so I can see the thing.
This is one of those eternal places where I would love to just have like a couple hours to just sit down and pick those people's brains of like why. Well, what's the decision string? Not like, oh my god, why did you do that? But like hey, like, how did you get here?
Oh,
I want to know.
I missed that voice. We haven't had an Orson's World in so long.
Yeah.
But hey, we've got what looks like some of the first info in a while, at least, if not first info altogether, on Galaxy Force or Cybertron. It will be handled by Gonzo, mecha in 3D CG, similar to Superlink. So this was, I guess, when we discovered a bunch of that information for real. And then, we're coming up on an anniversary sale from Bill's Toys and Games. Armada DVD update. Rhino has decided to keep this a lean release, so you shouldn't look for bonus material this time around. Because also, what bonus material?
Yeah.
I think
behind the scenes. Oh.
Yeah, most of the bonus material would be derogatory to the show, because it would probably just be like talking about, we had to work with machine translated scripts and unfinished animation. And then you get Gary Chalk going like, I'm sick of saying super mode.
Yeah.
Sideswipe Prime saying the DVD update was on his 10th birthday. That must have been some exciting news. Well, no, you said you were more into other stuff than, if I remember right, you hadn't done Transformers until later on, I think.
Is he one of the Biocloners?
Bioclone or Bioclone Reboot.
Bionicles. Man,
What would Bioclone be? That's what I want to know. Lots of ball joints. That's what it would be. It'd be Diaclone with ball joints.
Bionicle and Beyblade, he says. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been seeing a shocking number of people getting up on those fresh Beyblades, but I also understand, because I almost bought a few just because I was out west and didn't know what to do with myself for a good week. But then I was like, what am I going to do with it? Buy a clone of my favorite TF tuber. Too true, Shia. Superlink 40 clips. Oh my god, Aaron, it's happened again!
Another death.
The day we lost to Superman. October 11, 2004. Sometimes there are events that go beyond fandom and Transformers. Other news. Last night, Christopher Reeve, forever known as Superman, passed away at the age of 52. Christopher Reeve, star of Superman movies, whose near-fatal riding accident 9 years ago turned him into a worldwide advocate for spinal cord research, died Sunday of heart failure at 52. That was a very sad time. I remember that that was where the nascent internet cynicism kind of rammed headfirst into that Christopher Reeve was a pretty cool fella and a fairly nice guy. I remember I knew someone in City of Heroes who was grappling with it a bit, because he was this is a respectable person who passed away far too quickly, but also the same person was getting really sick and tired of people taking Superman comic book titles and sort of permutating them into obituaries. I remember at the time I was like, settle down. I kind of got it, but that was one of the first times I had an settle down moment in my younger internet days. This is a little bit less jarring because there isn't a little tiny picture, and it doesn't say source, TMZ or something.
Yeah.
Just kind of nice.
This one came from CNN. So.
Yeah, in probably one of the more respectable eras of CNN too. So
yeah, link doesn't work. Don't try it.
Okay. Why would
you
they
try it?
Why would that actually kind of bothers me? Why would a news orient? I don't know. Just if you're a news oriented company, just keep your links. Like,
yeah,
that stuff is archival for a reason. Anyway, moving on from the bummer news. I forgot it happened that year. This is so weird. There's like a run of Energon episodes 29 through 32, not 33, and then 34, all up on CartoonNetwork.com. I wonder what was happening.
Yeah, I think we hit that earlier. It was I think it was like they were keeping the last 3 episodes live or whatever, and the stuff would move forward, they'd pull it down. You know, again, the era of non-infinite just web storage.
I'm amazed they were up at all in 2004, because this is pre-YouTube, so this is when, like, you know, Loading Ready Run was sort of nascently beginning, but if I recall correctly, they piled a lot of money into creating a video platform for themselves.
Yeah. And yeah, that'd be like each site had to have like, weren't there like 2 or 3 systems that you could get or whatever, but it was very jank.
Yeah. Because I remember because Loading Ready Run started while they were at UVic, while I was at UVic, and I remember trying to figure out, how is Graham getting video to just be available? And I was like looking all over the place, like, how did he do this? And then I found out, like, oh, he just paid money. Okay, that's that makes sense. That makes sense. You know, we got let's see, World's Smallest Special Edition case. Oh, I remember this special edition. Was this the one that had Hot Rod in it? I think it was. Because it was like the Wave 2.5 or whatever.
Let's see if the Katoots forum still works.
What the hell is Katoots?
It's where it was posted.
Does it work?
Directly, no.
No.
Let's see if the Internet Archive will play.
I appreciate Carito saying, hopefully no one else died in 2004 at all. Valkais is saying, pretty sure that's the 2.5 wave. Okay, yeah, that... Because if I remember right, that was kind of like semi-reissues plus Rodimus. Like, that was the way they got Rodimus out.
Internet Archive does not have it either.
Dang it. Oh, Griff has a case breakdown, according to TF Wiki. Also, Alternator Tracks, detailed packaging pictures. We got... oh, no, these are episode transcripts. Sorry, not fan dubs. Whenever I see New Brandon, I just always assume fan dubs. Episode transcripts, I sort of remember that being like a thing. And at the time, I didn't understand why, and it would be a long time later, I would kind of sit there going like, I wonder if people were just using, like, making their own closed captions in lieu of perhaps readily available closed captioning. Oh, here we go. Here's the breakdown. So, re-release of Meister, re-release of Megatron, anime version Convoy, Soundwave, Starscream, short-packed Rodimus, Chase Thundercracker, anime version Chase Convoys. I remember that anime Chase Convoys trailer being like a funnily rare thing that cost a funnily large amount of money. Also, messed up that Rodimus was the short pack. It's like, no, don't worry, we're gonna get him out there. A little bit. Yeah. Super rare.
They're theoretically available.
Yeah. Another battle in the box for Smokescreen versus Ransack. If I remember right, that was Smokescreen out of the Vampire Hunter dude from Galaxy Force. Turns into the Bugatti.
The link kind of works.
Does it?
The clicking here.
Chill, XCN dude. Somebody made a good point. Under the halogen display light, they look gray due to the yellow canceling the blue out. When somebody uses a flash, the white flash overcomes the dimmer halogen light. Blue is the real color. What are they talking about?
Talking about MP3 and MP4. Starscream.
Oh,
and
this
Convoy Complete Edition.
This is people freaking out about Starscream's color.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. That's a fun preview.
Yeah, that's a couple years down the road though. That's 2006.
Yeah. I hope that we can continue getting these like weird randomized previews every time we click one of these. Rich Garner is working on a G1 Battlecard game. Wow, whoa! So a print and playable card game in 2004 on TFW, and I was too naive and ignorant to appreciate what it was.
It's trying to load. Let me see if
I want to get a funny thread for this one.
Caught it. Yeah, I still don't know when we get funny threads and when we don't, and what that.
It's weird that it only sometimes happens.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. I can see a reason why it would happen is if those thread numbers got reused after another database loss, some of the threads we aren't able to see might have been deleted or black holed, and thus can't be clicked on.
The Internet Archive kind of has it. Battle cards, downloads. Oh no, this is like a RPG on the website. Metal face blank character sheet, RPG rulebook. But Battle Cards is an exciting convertible card game where every card has a secret weapon and the game can take a new form at any turn. Players send their metal face troops into battle to gain valuable resources that yield incredible power. The game has been designed for more popular properties such as Hasbro's Transformers and Harmony Gold's Robotech. Okay. The game has recently undergone an update to improve the look and feel of the game. The metal face version is still in production, but samples based on Hasbro's Transformers are available for download. If you would like to become involved, you can email us. But
I wonder if the also has Harmony Gold's Robotech is why maybe parts of it disappeared off the internet later.
And then all of the other links just go to Dead Broken stuff. So.
Well, I got good news for you. It's the first anniversary sale of Bill's Toys and Games.
Oh boy.
Promo code AN10. That's okay. Look at all those things that once upon a time were fresh and new in stock. $65 OTFCC Mega Zarak. That seems pretty solid given what Mega Zarak was.
Yeah.
Anyway, I hope people took advantage of the sale because you still had at least 1.5 to 2 years before it would have been more dangerous to be involved with this vendor. Trickster, Cypher, you both missed. Last stream is when we hit the 3H OTFCC crash out with all of the long letters and everything. We made it through the funny convention summer of 2004.
Well, 2 episodes ago was the checks coming from the wrong account. You need to reach out to the accounts payable, not the accounts receivable.
Yeah.
Or whatever. And then the next one was fuck this shit, I'm out.
Well, it was funny. We had this whole saga, right? Is first we accidentally stumbled over a database error loss in TFW where it jumped from end of May to end of August, and we noticed it because it said that the fellow Malin, I think it was, from 3H was stepping away. And we're like, before OTFCC? And then we looked at the date, like, uh-oh. So then we had to cycle around and use Sabretron's news archives for an episode of this. And then we got to what was it? Sentinel Maximus is still in transit from, quote, the Orient to Chicago. Yeah. And then we got the thing you said, the people who got checks at OTFCC, the checks are bouncing because they're tied to the wrong account. And then we got to the, don't worry, everything's fine. We just need the packaging. A week after they said that we can ship these probably as soon as the show is over. But then it was we don't have the packaging. And then the very long Glenn Hallett letter. And then Hasbro, this is the part I forgot, Hasbro putting onto the front of Transformers.com that they are filing a suit against 3H Productions. So right on the front of the children's toy line website. It was wild to read through all that again. So anyway, it's back there in the VODs if you want to relive the nightmare. Now, in October 12, 2004, we have a Canadian Toys R Us G1 reissue sale. I appear to have murdered Trickster. I'm sorry. Just took a syringe and injected 4 months of manic fandom incidents.
You can't do all that at once. You got to build up an immunity tolerance to it.
Well, we had a bit of a roll up, right? Because it was like one thing from 3H, and then 2 hours later, something else about the license no longer being there. 3 hours later, notice posted on Transformers.com. It's like, oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Anyway, hey, we got big news on the Transformers movie, though, according to Don Murphy. A writer has been chosen, will be announced very soon. Hey there, here's what we got. Transformers, we're cluing in on a writer and choosing to go with a younger guy who grew up with the mythology. Like all of you fans. Should be announced in the coming weeks. DreamWorks and Spielberg very much still want the film for summer 06, so it'll be hard, but good. Also on the main site under Human Stuff, make Don Murphy happy. I've listed a bunch of very obscure stuff I've been looking for like forever. If any of you could help, email me at my Hotmail account. Under this thread, I'd like to hear replies to the following. In the 1980s, I grew up on Transformers. I love G.I. Joe and Doug He-Man. I also liked a hell of a lot. What kind of books or comics and properties does the Transformers generation want to see make it to the big screen? Once again, it's like the pertinent post is in there, but they pasted everything. Including this time the call for, like, I want things. Because last time, it was, like, one line about Transformers and then, like, 4 lines about, like, how he wants to sick his website on some guy from Ain't It Cool News. Also, I wonder who that... Oh, sorry, go ahead, good.
I was going to say, so, like, the screenplay of the Transformers 2007 movie was Orsi and Kurtzman, right?
Yeah, that singular young writer.
Yeah, and Roberto Orsi passed away
a couple days ago. Yeah,
a few days ago. Yeah.
I guess he would have been 30 something. No, okay, so he was 52.
So he was 51
now, or 51 now.
51. So roll
30.
21 years off of it. 30. I guess that's younger.
Did we call people younger when they were 30 in 2004?
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Oh, hey, Seth. Yeah, Orsi passed away a couple days ago from kidney failure. My understanding is, from looking around, is that the kidney failure may have been related to some personal problems that may have also been tandemed with some alcohol stuff, which can screw up your kidney. Generally a bummer to read. But yeah, that did happen.
Yeah, 30 is young for being a lead script writer. I'm just looking at 30 now at 40, saying that's not young. In my 40s, that's not young. It'd be like in 20s, it'd be young. But yeah, then you got to add in Hollywood and everything that deals with stuff. And
also, like, my mom put a programming into my brain, which is that basically up until you're a senior citizen, you're basically young. Whatever. Seth, damn, it's a bummer. I used to have a DM with him a few times when I was a movie mod. Yeah, Orsi was the one who posted. He was the one who was like, of the two, Orsi liked to interact with people because he thought it was fun, even when they didn't like him. And Kurtzman, in his own words, couldn't take criticism and therefore did not like to interact with people. And I always remembered thinking, like, you know, it's good to have that level of self-awareness, you know? Like, to just know, like, no, I can't handle it. I have thin skin, and I don't want to interact with people who don't like what I do. Like, apparently that was the core of their writer partnership at the time, was that Orsi was able to be the connective tissue between Kurtzman and then whatever their marching orders were, if I recall correctly. Hollywood takes 25 years from your body. Yeah, kind of true, Corrito. Energon DVDs came out October 12th, 2004. There's a new intro and new dialogue on the episodes. Oh, that's kind of wild. There's a whole new intro of Optimus recapping what happened in Armada with footage from the last few episodes. There's new dialogue between Misha and Kicker. Wow, and Alpha Q now refers to himself as Alpha Quintesson. I forgot about... Okay, because I thought that there was a... Maybe I misremembered the specifics. I always remembered at some point Alpha Q turned into Alpha Quintesson whenever they said it out loud, because they realized what they were saying every time that he said Alpha Q. Mm-hmm. But I thought that was in the televised version. Maybe it was in a redub for the DVD. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, they very rapidly swapped a bunch of those audio files out when somebody that wasn't in on the joke went, "Hey, wait a second, that sounds like something else." Everyone else went, Yep, does. Yep.
My favorite part of informing people who don't know about Alpha Q is when they don't get it at first, and I tell them, like, say his name a bunch of times in a row. Yeah. And they say, they're going, Alpha Q, Alpha Q, Alpha... Oh!
Yeah. That's also feels like one of those things that was, like, we're just putting this in as a whiteboard thing, Alpha Q. Sure, haha. We all get a laugh here in the writer's room or whatever. Let's, he's the Alpha Quintesson, all right, but we'll come up with a better name on that later. And then keep going and keep going and keep going, and then it's like, wait a second. Oh, that one made it through. If we keep it completely serious, no one will notice. Don't look them in the eyes. That's how they engage.
It made it to the Superlink version, where I always maintain it's even funnier in Superlink because they draw out the because in the katakana is out of fa q, so like it really, they bite into the moment. Sigma balls, truly, Kalba. I hear you. Seth, I remember that story. Bay locked them in a hotel to write Revenge of the Fallen before the writer's strike, and they complained that Bay only fed them lobster rolls. Yeah, that was a story from like BotCon 2010, I think. They were like, yeah. So how did we write Revenge of the Fallen? We were locked in a hotel room.
Yeah, it was. We could pass pages out underneath the door in order to get food.
Yeah, which in hindsight messed up.
Human slavery. This is great. This is funny.
Shouldn't do that to people. In hindsight, probably doesn't do very very much good. In hindsight, if you tell people there was no script for Revenge of the Fallen, people believe you. So was it worth it? That's how I felt watching that movie. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Did you get lobster rolls watching it though? Because I just got given popcorn and my mouth was dry. So, Superlink Bruticus images, Armada box set cover and sale. Reissue 17 is Soundblaster. I remember this was a pretty big like pop moment because it was like, so the Soundblaster tooling exists then. Like, yeah.
Well, no, this was.
Well, this is the remake tooling.
We knew that they had to like reverse engineer for themselves Soundwave.
Yeah, but
because that was.
I thought that was the U.S. version that they did it for, or am I?
Well, the only difference between Soundwave and Soundblaster is the bigger, like, chest box to hold 2 cassettes rather than 1.
Yeah, but I remember there were Soundwave reissues that had the Soundblaster chest once they made that tooling.
Right. I think once the Soundblaster one was made with the double chest, they were like, whatever.
Like
We'll send it with the double Ds, and then that way we're not having to remold stuff, and it's a bonus thing because we ship it with 2 cassettes. It might as well be able to hold 2 cassettes.
I would swear that at least once or twice when the Sound Blaster Boob Soundwave had come out, there were people who were like, "Oh, I forgot he could hold 2 cassettes in his chest." Like it was like I'd swear I saw someone who's like nostalgia brain rewrote their own memory.
Yeah, because that happens all the time. That's always my comment about toys that feel like you remember the G1 toy. And it's like, no, No, the dude did not have a waist swivel. It was a solid piece of die cast from his shoulders to his knees. There was no waist swivel in that. There definitely weren't ball joints. They didn't get that stuff figured out until like Beast Wars. So
sometimes if you watch somebody self-gaslight and set off an internal Mandela, sometimes you could see even the little light blinking and the glistening in their eye where it's like, yeah, he always had that.
mm-hmm.
Oh, Valkai says some people complained about the door sticking out. Yeah, it's kind of like, oh, they thought the chamber was just deeper.
Yeah.
I kind of remember that, yeah.
Blaster's the one that could have been deeper because they weren't having to pack an AM/FM radio into them anymore.
Yeah.
But Soundwave didn't have extra gubbins to get rid of unless you wanted to, his battery holder spot in his back.
Well, the nice part about
G1 Soundwaved.
A Soundwave having, the extended boob is that you could also see it as a means to affix, and they did it with Masterpiece eventually. You could affix, Energon cube hookery accessory things on it. And okay, yeah, Griff. Yeah, it was saying Griff saying this is the Classics branded G1 reissue. That's the red yellow box one. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Shattered Glass one.
And yes, Cypher G2 for the ball joints, but Beast Wars is the stepping on point for the joke.
Yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of people. Well, I mean, now, hey, are we erasing Machine Wars? Are we Machine Wars erasurists here? What's going on?
It was a store exclusive line that they have to run sales from all their registers.
So that line was going to be the new G1, if I remember right. Its whole motivation was that guy at the very old BotCon who said too much, and they were like, once we fire him, we have to put our money where his mouth was.
Just gets grabbed, chloroform put over his face. Tell me what this smells like. What's the fuck?
Did you know the Machine Wars line was made by literally feeding that man into a grinder and seeing what toys came out? Hey, Optimus Prime can keep you warm. We have. Wait a second.
Call out to Elvin.
Oh, this is just
and Alfie.
I had a moment. I was like, I have to see who wrote this. Ah, yes, Chris. Those cold nights watching football while eating nachos go Broncos. Optimus Prime, settle down, Elvin. Yeah, fleece blankets. Energon Prime fleece blankets. I wonder if anyone still has one. Does Alfie still have one?
So most of her oddities ephemera stuff did not make the move. That is stuff that was in a storage unit that only accepted checks and conveniently lost checks that got mailed to them. And then conveniently were not able to call us or email us or text us anything about checks not arriving. And then the one thing that did get through was you still owe us money after we sold your unit. Man, that one got through.
Well, Timu said
I know that we have some blankets. I don't think that I haven't seen an Energon Optimus Prime one.
Timu says there was one for sale locally over there just recently. Sadly, was broke instead of being able to buy it. That happens to me with lots of things. It's good to know they're still floating around, though.
Actually, she just responded, do you still have that blanket? Or did it get got with the move? Don't read my DMs.
If it got I wonder who got it.
There's somebody out there that bought a storage unit that got a bunch of, party supplies and underoos. She thinks she might still have that one.
Oh. At this point, wasn't Armada Prime keeping people warm? No. This is the what better way to keep warm than putting a vehicle onto each of your limbs? Those are like leg warmers and arm warmers, boots and gloves. But what's in an ad? For starters, this ad features Steam Hammer, Skyjammer of ASM. Found an ad from Mills Fleet Farm magazine. So I guess this was us figuring out when Steam Hammer would be coming out. Steam Hammer, still one of the best Transformers names that does not get overused enough. and I don't know why. It's a perfect Transformers name. It doesn't have to be any specific vehicle. It just has to be a guy what looks steamy with hammer. Yeah, Cypher and
It could be
Trickster.
an Autobot or a Decepticon.
Yeah, either. Just pick out any burly robot and say, do you think that Transformer is named Steamhammer? And you'd most likely say, I believe you. You know? Like a Buffalo robot called Steamhammer, I'd believe you.
Yeah.
PT, I don't go to the Fleet Farm, I go to the Farm and Fleet. I've never been to a fleet nor a farm. Well, I've been to a few farms. Trickster, who wants story time? Uh-oh.
I mean, all we're doing here is story time. You gotta type faster.
Whilst you are, I'm just going to keep scrolling a bit. We have a website update that we can't see for Robot Masters. Energon Steamhammer is a green rectangle with one big arm. That's all it takes. I mean, yeah, but like also highly non-derogatory. That's a. If I had a dream body shape. So in the waning days of 3H, me and my friends came up with some names for potential exclusives. I like the word exclusive. That sounds fun.
Yeah. That's like when you do one of those hiccups that ends up being more than just a hiccup. Like,
those can be fun if you manage to keep your passages open so that it all comes out. But like, if you are inhaling when that happens and you get the closure for the second, like, you know, that punch feeling.
Yeah. Not to be gross, but with dinner this evening, I had like my first bite decided to like get stuck halfway down, and then I had to expulse.
I hate it.
Yeah.
Wait, like stuck as in had to expulse with emergency speed, or
no? It's a thing that happens occasionally. The marvels of the human body, and for whatever reason, like once a month, first couple of bites into something, and then it like I swallow. It's not like it was like I didn't almost die. That's not. Oh yeah, I almost died. No. But then like I have to go refund that little bit because it feels like it's stuck in the esophagus.
Yeah, I have.
Like it's not gone down, and it doesn't want to go down for whatever reason. Trying to sip water only makes it feel more gurgly, and then out she comes. And then I'm fine again.
When you get like a little piece of tortilla or like popcorn kernel or something, where it feels like either it fused to the glottis whatever flesh, or it somehow slid underneath or stuck and had a layer grow over it or something, where like you can feel the lump but you can't get it to move, and that's what I really hate. Trickster, by the way, continues the story. I'm certain, given the timing, that's where Hasbro got the idea to use the name, I'm assuming Steamhammer, because that was a year after we'd submitted that to Hasbro as a potential exclusive name, the end. If you and your friends are responsible for Steamhammer, you have done a great service, and IMO, you have been disrespected by the lack of use of Steamhammer since then.
Yeah.
Because that is a good-ass name. It's one of my favorite Transformers names ever. I popped so hard when I first saw the word Steamhammer back in 04, because I was like, that sounds like that's a brand new character. That sounds like power. Yeah, Steamhammer Erasure. Also, Lee Calb, I saw you said you woke up at 3 a.m., coughed for an hour because you breathed something in. That has happened to me before, where like either I breathed something in, or it was an acid reflux where I was asleep and thus nearly simply choked myself, or both happened. Yeah. Anyway, like waking up with
doing the old man thing of like before you go to bed, just chew a Tums.
Yeah. Well, the worst is when I wake up and it's just like I don't know what happened. I just know there is damage left behind.
Oh yeah.
Where I'm just like, ow, ow, and when I swallow, ow, what the hell?
Yeah.
I drank a glass of water before I went to sleep like a normal person. Marvel Comics Steamhammer was a jet tank triple changer with gun hammers. That's just so perfect. Okay, it was originally a TF UK one-off character. Where is our legacy Steamhammer then? Oh my god. Friggin' they'll suck
this
up
is where
to...
it starts. Everybody here needs to go to the next Hasbro Transformers live stream. Start talking about Steamhammer. When's Steamhammer coming?
Yeah.
Get them very confused of like the Energon thing.
No disrespect to them, but they do Straxus, they do Zaron, they do Flame. You know, the silver spoon nepo babies of classic Transformers comic books who came in after the ultimate silver spoon nepo baby Impactor finally got 15 toys. Where's Steam Hammer? Where is? Yeah. Oh no, Scrounge got out of there fast. Scrounge was like, "No, make me a flying saucer. It's perfect." And it's like, "Damn, you're right. Smart move." Hashtag Where's Steam Hammer? Anyway, Energon, Grimlock, and Swoop, they're starting to come out mid-October. New Robot Masters magazine advertisement. Robert Zemeckis to direct the Transformers movie after all? IESB reports that Robert Zemeckis has been turning down new directing offers because he is attached to the Transformers live-action movie. Another industry insider is claiming that Warner Brothers has asked Robert Zemeckis and DreamWorks to not make any announcements regarding the Transformers until after the release of The Polar Express. This is still a rumor, but an interesting one. I forgot about this entirely. I remembered having an opinion on The Polar Express despite having never seen it back then, because I think I was like using that as like a bookmark for when something would be discovered.
Okay, Polar Express releases on the 13th for our timeline, so it just released.
Oh.
So he should be able to talk about what he's doing now, if that rumor is to be believed.
Why did I have... Because I remember having... Because Polar Express was tied to something that I cared about unrelated to it, and that's the one with Tom Hanks in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I was like, the Tom Hanks connection!
Well,
it's
his voice and the...
Yeah.
Coming up the other side of the Uncanny Valley, but still well into the Uncanny Valleyness that is Polar Express.
My having never seen it meant that I didn't understand the Uncanny Valley bit until, like... I looked at a higher res clip, and I was like, oh!
Mm-hmm.
Oh!
Yeah.
M. Cypher, I say this with all due respect. The idea that we'd get any director bigger than Bay strikes me as hilarious. I mean, Don Murphy stoked a lot of engines, and for whatever reason, they specifically ruled out Michael Bay in 2003. So, like, this front page era was fueled by some wild context. Got new product listings for some alternators and tread shot. Oh, original Transformers movie is playing at the Trocadero Theater in Philadelphia on November 8th. It's possibly the final time you might get to see it on the big screen, so check that. Ages 21 and over only, though, because there's booze.
Yeah.
With $2, $3 drink? What do they give? Like a thimble of, like, I don't know.
$3 goes towards snack or drink. $2 drink special all night. So it's probably some like well drinks or I don't know. 2004. What are alcohol prices in 2004? That'd maybe be a cheap beer or like a well, like whiskey that comes out of a nozzle rather than a bottle.
some of that nipple whiskey. Some of that gasket whiskey.
Yeah.
I forgot. Yeah, that Beowulf movie was. I only ever watched the opening of it on an airplane, and then recently I was like, I vaguely remember what it looked like. I want to look at it again. And I was like, I probably should have stuck to just watching this on an airplane.
Mm-hmm. Small screen while you're at altitude. You're a little bit punchy because you've been traveling.
Yeah, that made it look fine. And then and then I looked at a higher res clip and I was like, oh.
maybe your eyes are slightly deformed from the lower pressure, so it's not entirely in focus, but that's fine. You're not missing much.
Palisades Megatron. New Transformers DVDs in 2005. E-Hobby Insecticons. A review by Maz, but in 2004. Let's see. Energon Armageddon. Oh, now we're getting into the sad ones. The final epic Energon storyline kicks off with issue 32 of Dreamwave's comic book series, with a shocking prelude in issue 31. Armageddon is the searing 5-part conclusion to Energon and the lead-in to Transformers Cybertron. Making their comic book debut will be the likes of Command Ravage, Doomlock, Energon Demolisher, Energon Grimlock, Energon Swoop, and many more. No happy endings are guaranteed as the secret origin of Alpha Quintesson is finally revealed, and the seeds of all-out invasion are sown. Issue 32 ships in February 2005. I wonder how that's going to go.
You can buy the DreamwaveProd.com domain.
How much do they want?
For 1,389 USD.
Are you kidding me? For the like that is a name that generates its own spit to drip on itself. Like who would be able to use that? $1,000? You kidding? Universe Micromaster Devastator released, so yeah, these Universe Micromaster 6 combiners are just like coming out at KB Toys. I remember we saw two other ones just sort of like manifesting in the front page in the last stream. I loved those things. I constantly say that. I like to reassert it. I really liked that they went wild with the color schemes on them a little bit. Like, wild, but they weren't just like straight dupes.
Right.
Energon alternators in package for the Alpha Quintesson and Kicker and Highwire. Some more site content added that doesn't work, I assume.
Error and error. And another error. The wallpaper at least goes to a thing that has wallpapers. That then goes to the boards. So, errors.
Well, hey, Transformers are on sale throughout North America. Just generally speaking.
Yeah.
What were the prices? Amazon.com had G1 reissues for $10. Hey, just get a G1 toy.
The Silver Streak page still works, but it's not in stock.
I came all the way here from the year 2004, and you're telling me it's not in stock?
Yeah.
BS.
Those were something, though, man.
$10 Datsun.
Yeah. That's probably... I'd have to go pull up one of the old, like, 84... Sears toy books or whatever, but that's probably like what it retailed for or close to it in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Those Diaclone car robots just being available for $10, I think was amazing. Academically speaking, just so people could actually mess with them, demythologize them, find some of the fun bits in them too. See, Transformers Con 2004 DVD price change going from $10 for those who pre-ordered it and $15 at Transformers Con 2005. I really started going to TFCon like within 3 years of it being called Transformers Con. Dan. Let's see, new interview with Simon Furman about War Within the Age of Wrath on Newsarama.
Direct link doesn't. What's Internet Archive?
There's also some Transformers holiday wrapping paper. Let your favorite trans fan know what she is getting. The wrapping paper features various Energon figures, including Optimus Prime, Megatron Hotshot, and your favorite figure, the Autobot Insignia.
Doop, doop, boop, boop. So if you want to read the Simon Furman interview, that is on the Internet Archive.
Ooh, I wouldn't mind taking a peek.
Boop. In the alternate chat.
Let's see. Dreamwave is remaking the Transformers in their own image. It's so wild, like the Dreamwave press within a calendar year of their imminent destruction.
Within months.
Yeah. Let's see, heaps of stuff have happened. I was looking for anything interesting here. Love to show Ultra Magnus' defining victory at Callus. The Lightning Strike Coalition's reintegration along with the Wreckers. When Prime subsequently returns at the end of War Within 3 and into War Within 4, assuming there is one, there isn't. I always remember the War Within, when it was new, the thing about it that made it, like, for me at least, like such a standout and like really hooking me in, especially on the first one, was that it was the first Dreamwave Transformers comic that I felt like I didn't have to make up reasons to read, compared to like their volume 1. Like it just felt like I wasn't like struggling to find a Transformers moment in it. Instead, it was just like it's a bunch of Transformers story, and it was very novel at the time. This will be a launching pad for whatever follows in Micromasters, bringing Punk back to Transformers, and the G1 ongoing series. Oh, boy.
Can't believe how far the Punk...
Well, yeah, for those who weren't there, you didn't see the Dreamwave interview in, I think it was 2 streams ago, where their big messaging on the Micromasters miniseries was that they are finally bringing Punk to Transformers, and they never elaborate on what that means. It is simply that the Micromasters Dreamwave miniseries is the first time ever Punk has been brought to the Transformers. And I still don't know what they were talking about.
Yeah.
Trickster's colon vertical line is how I feel about it still. Yes. Because, like, I don't even know what the BS is. Like, what the made-up version is. It's... Quote, Punk was brought to the Transformers the day I printed my first fanzine! Well, no, according to the press release. Dreamwave invented Punk Transformers when they did the Rob Ruffalo inked Transformers Micromasters miniseries.
Yeah, get it right.
Oh, wow, what is this? There are 3 universes at Dreamwave. Okay, the Armada Energon series is a universe. The Transformers G.I. Joe crossovers are a universe. Okay, never mind, I understand now. I'm sorry, there's a snippet of a discussion thread from the year 2004, so I'm kind of glomming on it. Anyway. We got some magazine scans. Transformers Generation 1 Volume 0 with, issues number 1 to 4 of Transformers Micromasters. Bringing the Punk to Transformers for the very first time. The guys who did the Micromaster comic were not correct. They were they were in fact not Punk. Yeah, and Cypher is correct. They just left the ass off bringing the Punk at. Well, I don't even know. Micromasters was like one of the better books they did in hindsight, in my opinion, as far as having like a story that sort of hooked me in a lot at the time. But Dreamwave did bring a lot of Punk ass. They brought also some ass.
Not a lot of ass, but not like, yeah, you brought some ass, but just like ass.
Yeah. Energon voice actor news. We are going to have Ty Olsson as Downshift, Doron Bell Jr. as Cliffjumper, and French Tickner as Bulkhead. Yes, Downshift and Cliffjumper were mixed up for the first 5 episodes they appeared in. And so it sounds like, yeah, they were just recording new lines for the DVD releases, which I misremembered as them just implementing on the fly when it televised. Apparently Omega Supreme is Scott McNeil, RC is Sharon Alexander, and Padlock is Ron Halder. Prowl and Checkpoint in-package images. We saw them revealed in the summer. Beast Machine's Questionnaire from Takara.
Babelfished.
Oh,
rather
really?
well by Babelfish, it says. And just a link to babelfish.altavista rather than like anything else. Okay, thanks.
Oh boy. Maybe it was written in like such short sentences that like Babelfish at the time could process it pretty well. I don't know. The Dreamwave Transformers G.I. Joe Volume 2 Number 1. Did this ever come out? Because if it was being previewed now, it may not have. Apparently Energon Overcast is a repainted Energon Jetfire.
See if those
Oh, look, it's him.
are still up on Hasbro. Those are still up on Hasbro.
I don't remember this toy being named Overcast on its recolor, but I also don't remember what the recolor even looked like, so don't trust me on this one.
Energon.
There was some sauce to this design with the weird, claw belly.
White body, blue top?
Oh, blue sounds familiar. Yeah, I remember. I liked the chest that looked like this. I thought that was neat. Let's. Oh, okay. So the reason they had that survey is the Takarand, which I believe was Takara Land, is now promoting the Beast Wars Returns TV show, aka Beast Machines. Small Dream. They called him Skyfire. Skyfire S. Yeah, Skyfire Sonic, because now he goes fast. And is blue. And yeah, I didn't mention Padlock is Wingsaber's buddy, aka Wingsaber's plot.
Yeah.
The thing Wingsaber did.
It exists long enough to get fridged.
Yeah. Wingsaber's Uncle Ben. Well, no, they had like very minor, readable boyfriend energy if you wanted. Either way, Wingsaber like cared about Padlock and then I guess dealt with it and then just hung around because he combined.
Yeah.
Unleash the Beast in the new year. Dreamwave launches latest Transformers title, Beast Wars. I wonder if they say something stupid in this. 6-part series. Chosen by the fans for the fans after the summer special. Years after the Generation 1 series. Let's see. McDonough and Paddock. Don Figueroa on the art. Figueroa, when asked what it feels like to draw the characters that spearheaded the revival of Transformers into the mainstream, Figueroa was philosophical as always. In the late 90s, when I first heard about this new show that was claiming to be Transformers, I said, what is this new show? They changed forms. The leaders had very familiar names and looked similar, but I was so surprised to see animals as their alt modes, not vehicles. But from the first episode, I was hooked. This series was groundbreaking, and it's amazing we get to bring it back to comic book form. Dreamwave's president, Pat Lee, is equally as thrilled to add another Transformers title to such a historic franchise. For me, Beast Wars really represents the coming of age for the Transformers franchise. It's a series that acted as a go-between for Transformers fans between both old and new, and brought in some really cool ideas for the world of Transformers. The comic is gonna be, well, what can I say? This comic's gonna rock.
Is this the one that he thought was gonna be punk?
No, they said Micromasters was punk. They kept saying it was punk.
Right, but like I always imagined that actual Pat Lee is like concussed.
True.
So like it's always the latest thing that's going to rock or be punk or maybe metal or goth maybe, I don't know.
Beast Wars, the emo age.
Who's making toast?
Oh. Good night, Adamus. Just saw your message. We got tears for Padlock, too. Transformers take over the All About Cars show. Come check out Pat Lee and Dreamwave at the All About Cars show this weekend. I feel like Pat Lee is doing more appearances and, like, rando press stuff in the back end of 2004.
Yes, because everything is fine. Why wouldn't it be fine?
Yeah.
It's perfectly fine. Look at all the stuff that we're doing because we're so fine. Everything's great. Just fine. Request to change your zoom on
I just saw. I dragged it over a little bit.
And I don't even have the also on the line tag. We're like an hour in and I'm not getting visual credit for it. Jeez.
The what?
The on the line
Aaron,
Axsmith Aaron.
There you go. Griff saying
Cypher,
must spend all the money.
Yeah. Scoping out a car to buy with a writer's and artist's paycheck. Yeah.
True
well,
Cypher.
yeah, that was the thing. Didn't he have like
yeah,
multiple Ego mobiles,
Yeah. Yeah.
mechanical endowments.
Yeah, he had a bunch of sports cars, whilst artists were sitting there waiting for their payments to arrive, let alone be cleared.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Funny, huh? Several months before his company implodes, he's at a car show. So we got the first run of Galaxy Force revealed. Galaxy Convoy, Axarion, Vector Prime with Micron, Dreadlock, Guard Shell, Master Megatron, Thundercracker, Starscream, Hop, Bumper, and Burrito. I bought almost all of this opening wave of the Japanese version of Galaxy Force from the shop I always used to go to that was run by the person who eventually founded Fans Project. Because I just assumed, much like most of my experiences with toys at that point in BC, I simply would never find the first wave of Cybertron. So, and I had been working for government at this point. No, government? Either government or fairies. So I had a pile of money the month that all the Galaxy Force stuff first came out, and I bought almost the entire first wave. That was a sick...
That
when I got home
military
that
industrial complex money. It's nice, isn't it?
Oh, when I got home, well, mine wasn't military. Mine was either environmental assessment or a student co-op with IBM who just gave me money to sit in a trailer. It was one of the two. Fairies, I bought them with Fey Gold. Yes. I was able to pull it off because I had these iron-lined jackets, so I was able to just walk in, take all their gold. All the Fae would come up going like, hey, what do you think you're doing? And I'd just wiggle my arms at them, and they'd be like... It was a good time. I spent all that money, though. Some years later, I was like, maybe I shouldn't have spent all of it. Oh yeah, the Speed Planet Micron. Yeah, the Micron stuff. I remember, like, it was nebulous, like, how much of that was going to be in Cybertron at first, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Binaltech Blue Tracks, First Pictures. Transformers action figures. Done in the vein of the Mega SCF line, but much more detailed. I wonder what those ended up being. Okay, these are being produced by Kyoto? Oh, those must have been the Revoltechs.
Yes.
Would that have been the right era?
Maybe Convoy and Megatron.
Because those were the two Yamaguchi Revoltechs they did, at first at least. And then they did Magnus and Rodimus later, if I remember right. Magnus came with a pile of extra Revo joints.
Yamaguchi Sci-Fi Legacy of Revoltech. Introduced mid-2006 in the Yamaguchi series.
Yeah, Small Dream
seems...
saying Revoltech started in 04, so if they were showing them off, this could have been the time.
I don't release in 06, I don't think we would have been seeing...
Oh, Starscream, right. Well, what was it? I thought Kyoto, like, had protos done of things, like, before, like, well before, because they had the Revo Shaft whatever series of figures they were doing, and then some of those were sort of soft. I don't know if they were repurposed necessarily, but it felt like there was a crossover point where Revo Shaft designs got given Revo joints instead of the mono shafts. It's like 20 years ago. I'm trying to remember all this now.
Yeah, so, like, Convoy came out in 2007. That's why I'm not sure that that's these, because that'd be, like, 3 years into the future.
If these were done as monoshaft releases, I could see it being the case they were just shelved while Revoltech was launching. Because they were also sculpted to be akin to the Pat Lee style.
Internet Archive has a copy of the page. Let's see if it got the image.
It would be so nice to have the image.
Oh, come on.
I'm going to check the Cybertron news post that's linked here.
Oop.
The link doesn't work.
It has are being produced by, so edit are being produced by, Kyoto will become a full line. It might be, well, unpainted one is Grand Convoy, painted one is G1 Convoy. Why did they have to use Pat Lee's version of Prime's chest windows? That might be it. And it just took
Yeah. That tracks
a couple
them.
of years to actually come out. A lot of people complaining about the Pat Lee look. These are definitely based on Pat Lee's drawings, except for the fact that the figures are actually proportioned correctly.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just doing something on the side here. I anticipate that those were monoshaft originally and then got repurposed into Revoltech. That would be my assumption. Like, that lines up with all of this. Hang on.
I keep closing my Internet Archive window. Hello, Chris Carnage.
Oh, we got Chris Carnage in. Hello. Just having to push a few buttons for something.
It's a line of Gashapon figures from Kyoto in 2004. Yeah, that specific TFW front page from the Internet Archive very loudly calls out the Pat Lee chest, which is very much what that first Revoltech was.
Yeah.
I think I may still have that Revoltech somewhere in a box that I open up and I go, whew.
I have,
All right.
think, all 5 of the Transformers Revoltechs back in BC somewhere. Because I got a hold of a bunch of those when I was over there in 07 through Mandarake, saleses. By the way, we got Galaxy Force pictures revealing the kids and that their names are Kobe, Bud, and Rory, or Kobe, Buddo, and Rory, if you were to go by the katakana, which I can read. We got Road Rocket, Road Pig, and Cyberjet recolors, I believe, for Robot Masters? Yeah. And yeah, oh yeah, this was the double-face Road Pig. I always wanted that one. Oh, here we go. Griff says, the Revoltech Convoy, the initial reveal of the figure featured swiveling cut joints instead of revolver joints. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Yeah, okay. Hell yes. Cena Nova, I know objectively that happened, but it's crazy to directly look at a time where every single thing, right down to Revoltechs, were based on Pat Lee's drawings, completely different era. Yeah. That stuff was like on like, random tchotchkes as well. If I recall correctly, at least.
I've got the club shirt that was just that artwork.
Yeah. Oh, they made 20 Golden Lagoon Masterpiece Convoys. I never knew the number. That's interesting. We got more pictures of Cybertron Galaxy Force. Lots of pictures of Cybertron Galaxy Force. Comparison photos of Cybertron Galaxy Force. Transformers.com updates with no Cybertron or Galaxy Force. Also, Lee Calva, yeah, allegedly Pat Lee's drawings. Dreamwave house style, yeah. Especially at this point, yeah. Oh, here we go. More solicits for January. So Beast Wars #1.
Incentive cover. Yeah, so this is some of that incentive cover that I think I was talking about last time. For every 15 copies of Beast Wars #1 ordered, retailers may purchase 1 copy of Don Figueroa's triple gatefold incentive cover. So, like, if your shop wanted to have 1 of the fancy cover for that Turbo Nerd, they had to buy 15 of the normal one.
Are
if you
these
wanted 2, you had to buy 30.
Are these issues that did any of these come out, or did these all, like, is there a hard point where the Dreamwave stuff just stopped coming out, or did it start with Energon? That's something I don't remember. Because I also don't remember Dreamwave Beast Wars #1, but I feel like we cleared this up last time and I just forgot what we found out. Because Generation 1 had Cyclonus being dispatched. I feel like an issue came out that Cyclonus appeared in a panel in, but I don't know if it was this one. Or maybe it was just a preview panel. Age of Wrath 5.
Those stories, the Beast Wars title was ultimately never published, as Hasbro had already declined to renew Dreamwave's license to publish comics.
I bet you. Okay. I'm going to start running with the assumption that any preview we see here is for something that never came out.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, Energon #31.
Yeah.
on there. We know they stopped at 30.
G1 number 13, Age of Wrath number 5, G.I. Joe Transformers number 4. Just who is or rather was Alpha Quintesson, and what are his true plans for Cybertron, Earth, and Unicron? While seeming to serve the Chaos Bringer, the multifaceted alien has been developing a world-shattering agenda of his own, one that bridges worlds and dimensions. Now, at last, Alpha Quintesson begins his endgame, and first in his sights is the minicon Overrun. Oh, TF Wiki has a whole page dedicated to all the announced Dreamwave books that never got released. Okay.
Just one page?
Well, pages can be long, you know? Just what is the true agenda of D's nuts? I don't know, Cinenuva. We gotta figure it out. See, more pictures from the Transformers Innovation event. There's a scoop on Galaxy Force stuff. There was an entirely unseen figure on display as an unpainted prototype. It's a mega-sized Decepticon with massive cannons and Cruel Lock's head. That is probably Crumple Zone, I would assume. Superlink 42. Paper Jody. What yump scare? Did you get hit with D's nuts? Because that's not my fault. I was just reading what people were saying. I'm innocent.
Found old zip files on that Yahoo Japan briefcase that may be archived. No, good. Okay, I definitely lent my browser out there for thing, and Internet Archive went, no, don't be dumb.
Yeah, Do not open the zip file that is 20 years old. See, new products from Tokyo Entertainment Market 2004. Oh, they got a video of the Matrix Blast. The video can be seen here. It's a WMV. I doubt it works.
Yeah, none of them are working.
Whole bunch of video clips from that event. I remember watching these video clips. I watched the first episode of Galaxy Force on a Keyhole stream, which made it look like the best computer animation I'd ever seen, because it was crushed down and bit rated out and frame rated out, so my brain filled in all these details that actually were never there. And I just remember thinking, like, wow, this is the highest quality Transformers cartoon they've ever made! As I watched,
Why
like...
Beowulf was good on the airplane.
Yeah, exactly. Palisades stuff, design images, innovation images. I did not think Beast Wars Returns figures with the accurate colors had shown up at the end of 04. I could have, for some reason, I remembered that as being like closer to the live action movies. I don't know why. Galaxy Force release. Oh wow, yeah, more Galaxy Force stuff. Blitzwing. I don't remember who that could have been. Oh, that's a reissue. That's why. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I was going to say that kind of puts them in an odd spot, but right there next to Soundblaster and numbered like that, yeah.
New transcripts. Costco. Oh, the McDonald's the ketchup and mustard Optimus Prime and Overload gift set has been released. Yeah, Cypher, I wish I'd gotten some Beast Wars returns. I saw them at BotCons now and then, and they were always just expensive enough where I was like, I'm happy with my Beast Machines pieces, but they look nice. Yeah, the Blitzwing reissue news coming in now. More Galaxy Force. The Dragster has been identified as Landover. That is not his name. I remember now. His name is Land Bullet. BBTS update, an interview with Palisades Ken Lilly. Ken Lilly was like the top guy at Palisades. I remember that name.
Let me see if that one will pull up on the archive. We're into the generation now that a lot of these are showing up on Internet Archive.
Yeah, Griff, me too. Yeah, it's Beast Wars Return, first wave in 04, rest in 05. I thought it was 07 era when those came out. I don't know why.
Yeah. This one did work. Another one for the alternate chat.
Ooh.
And then in the chat for those playing at home.
Oh, I remember that old perspective banner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. They have the rights to do mini Buster statues in the style of the new Dreamwave comics. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the era because there were like, what, 3, 4 different things? I think we've talked about this multiple times.
Yeah,
like,
Hard Hero as well.
Palisades had busts. Here they're saying mini Buster statues in the style of Dreamwave comics, but it was Hard Hero that had like the G1 then, I guess, maybe busts statues. And then there was a third one.
Oh, so this is when they were I don't remember who the third one was, cuz I mean, now we have what is it? Something Studios, you know, the ones who do like the fancy movie statues.
Mm-hmm.
Now I forgot their name.
Yellow Park?
No, YOLO Park is like the current.
Oh.
Who was it that did the cold cast and like the swappable hand with a big metal pipe thing, live action movie robot statues?
Oh.
Damn, we said their names like 500 times on the podcast, and now I can't remember their name anymore. Because this seems to be when Palisades was moving.
Prime 1.
Oh, Prime 1 Studios. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. This seems to be Palisades moving into doing the smaller 6-inch statues. I vaguely recall this. They are going to do War Within. I wonder if that happened. It was Prime 1. 3-0 did posable figures still. They were just like very heavily post-produced with like paint work and weathering and whatnot. Man, how long did Palisades have the license? Because a lot of this is, again, like future talk, but like how much of it happened?
I don't know, because there are images down at the bottom, like the RC holding, like the very weird flat-faced RC holding her leg up, because that was very definitively a thing. And then as like the Megatron, I think I remember that Megatron.
I remember all 4 of these shapes now. The Wheeljack is not familiar to me. I remember this Soundwave.
Is that actually one? Or say, like, I remember those shapes, I feel like, from the 6-inch titaniums.
Yeah, you're right.
I remember seeing that Palisade, that is a statue, though.
Maybe I saw these at a BotCon.
Yeah, maybe.
I know that this RC statue came out, because I remember I would periodically forget this statue exists, and then I would think, like, someone did an RC figure, and then, oh no, it's a statue.
Yeah.
Timu says Palisades
licensed in 2003 and bankrupt in 2006 from Timu. Yeah.
So some of these may have come out then, if these were for the 05 schedule. What does Wheeljack look like? I just don't remember this.
Yeah, it's weird proportions. That's why I was thinking it was like the titaniums or something, because it's weird. Like, he's got the broadest of shoulders.
Oh, Griff is saying Red Alert was the only canceled one. So these must have come out.
Yeah, it must have been one of those things that came out, but like just never hit.
Yeah.
Which would definitely go along with there are 4 different licensors making various statue sizes. What the hell, guys?
This I know what they're trying to do with the kind of like crushed metal at the feet, but it looks so much like someone just spat on his feet. Like
yeah.
It looks so gross.
Yeah, Lee Cal, but it's that Dreamwave puff, that art style, that house art style, yeah.
Oh, this is interesting. Is there any chance Palisades could make plastic model kits similar to what we see in Japan? or new characters being added to the PVC Heroes of Cybertron line, Palisades. Remember, even if we want to do it, doesn't mean we can. We have been trying for months to get something in plastic in the Transformers universe. Just hasn't been something Hasbro wants to license out domestically right now. Can't blame them for that call. They have to be first concerned with their own plastic line, since this is what defines their Transformers enterprise. We pitched a sort of Transformers Unleashed type thing at one point, and they didn't go for it. Loved the idea, but in the end, couldn't get it through all their levels of approval. Guess Transformers Unleashed. I wonder what they would ever do with that concept later on. They did it themselves with the 07 movie. I feel like they might have just, like... I wonder if Palisades pitched, like, Transformers Unleashed. They went like, nah, and then, like, put that in a drawer. And then when they had infinity money from the first couple movies, they went like, some executive pulled it out of a drawer and went like, hey, I just came up with a new idea.
Yeah. And again, I mean, and that also reads very much of the everything got siloed and chopped up and cut up into pieces of different companies that wanted to do different things.
Yeah.
But Hasbro saying, no, if it's in plastic, it's ours because we can do that much.
Well, this is neat too. Ken is like, it bugs him with the 12-inch Megatron that the pose was stiff. He wanted to chop it up and redo it, so I guess he did it with the 6-inch one. Okay, yeah, that's what he's talking about. I like it, because this was, I feel, rare, kind of, back in the aughts, like that a toy company person would talk about what they didn't like about how things turned out with their releases.
Yeah.
I like that.
No, every release is perfect. Why wouldn't you think it's perfect?
Yeah. Cypher would not shock me, taps nose. Yeah, you know, what a concept, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Galaxy Force TV show website live. Galaxy Force available to pre-order on HLJ now. And we are ramping up for Galaxy Force, and the combiners are just now coming out too. This was a fun era of Transformers because you were getting the Energon combiners, which is like the first time that you had like those kind of combiners in forever. That was pretty exciting for me. And then Galaxy Force swooping in as just one of the most banger opening wave toy lines in Transformers history. Just a friggin' banger, that opening wave of Galaxy Force. I don't remember how much it matches up to the first wave of Cybertron as far as what came out, but you had, you know, Master Megatron, Starscream, Excellion, Galaxy Convoy, you had Land Bullet, and you had, now I forgot both of his names, but the red motorcycle. And like there was so much cool stuff coming out all at the same time in that little block. Not to say like the rest of Galaxy Force and Cybertron wasn't banger in any way, but like the Ransack, thank you, Cypher. That first wave of Galaxy Force specifically, the character selection, the toy selection, it felt so varied and interesting. It was just like bop, 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 like so many hits. That was a really fun day. I didn't even get. I think I didn't get Backpack or whatever his name is, the little blue guy, and I didn't get Hardshell, Guard Crusher, whatever, the yellow construction guy, Landmine. I also have a brain full of half of both of their names, so pardon the noises I'm making when I try to remember who they are. Fleer has canceled their...
You mean he's not named Brap 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 Brap? That's how it's logged in here.
That's his listen, that's his lucky draw name. That's Fleer has canceled their Energon trading cards and G1 trading cards. Oh wow, the response. They are not going to be released. We are not going to do any more Transformers products. Thank you for your inquiry. That's some policy-driven communications.
That's also from Super Megatron. He's another one of those, bold doesn't mean I'm yelling, it's just emphasis.
Oh, here's like this is like some second wave Galaxy Force stuff. Oh, Nitro Convoy. I got a bunch of these, dude. This is like to be there for Galaxy Force. Cybertron was like such a friggin' banger toy line. Not to say there was lots of cool stuff in Energon too, but like Galaxy Force was like, you would come out of, I remember you would come out of Energon and it was like, what are they gonna do after Energon toys are done? Like, what is the next thing going to be? And Galaxy Force, to me, felt like such an escalation. It felt like that Aaron Archer team, it was like their trilogy closer. And it was like just firing all cylinders. It felt like they got a budget up, too, for all that stuff.
Yeah.
It was wild. Oh, hey, Samantha, what's up? Welcome. Yeah, I have... Ooh. I can't wait to see some of the Galaxy Force rollout stuff. I always call it Galaxy Force only because, like, Cybertron is such an all-encompassing Transformers word. I don't really remember the line as being Cybertron. I remember it as Galaxy Force. Because those are unique words they didn't really bring back again. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I saw Cypher you said earlier with the Energon combiners. So those coming out, because I just didn't rely on ever finding them on shelves in BC at the time, I just got the Superlink versions because there was an import store that got all three of them. So those box sets were baller. But it also meant that I missed the fandom version in North America of like, oh god, are these actually coming out? Will we have complete combiners ever? The Superlink website updates. The Energon combiners have been released. Well, some of them. Kohl's is getting the Battle in the Box stores. Or pardon?
Said yeah, it was the start of it.
Yeah. Sorry, I said stores because it says the word stores up here. Battle in the Box used to be Myers, now it is at Kohl's. Beast Wars Returns Black Arachne. Oh, I remember that toy looked pretty cool in the Beast Wars Returns colors. It's a bunch of Kohl's stuff. There's an Energon Optimus Prime figure pen. Some Lucky Draw things. High wire and kicker. We're into November. Hyper Hobby updates. Yeah, Bildron was the Toys R Us Japan exclusive, and I remembered thinking like, damn, how am I gonna get Bildron? And then I walked into Bot Collector Ultra Action Toys one day, and they just had a Bildron sitting on the wall for like $99, and I was like, I'll take it. Link Too Cool Toys has gone out of business. I don't remember who they are.
And much to the dismay of many Canadian trans fans, surely you'd...
I vaguely recall the name. Wait a second. No, they're going out of business, but Delta from Reprolabels has acquired Link to Cool. Okay, so that's why I remember the name. Oh, it says To Live On. Okay, I see. Yeah. Cypher, the Battle in the Box Minicon bios didn't get put out. I should just throw that file out there. Do it! Do it! Hot live release! Alexis Silver woke up from a tiny nap. Arms are numb from a cat laying on them. We have just entered November 2004. More content for the site that we can't find anymore. Here we go. Here's the writer for Transformers. Okay. The screenwriter for the Transformers movie, due in 2006, is none other than John Rogers, who is responsible for the recent Catwoman script.
He is one of the story people.
Okay, they must have used part of a draft then. What does this mean for the movie? Well, if Catwoman is anything to go by, it might not be the best news we could have hoped for, but at the end of the day, the big responsibility of making the movie good lies with the director. Brad, no! That is not how it works!
Yeah, Wikipedia has story by John Rogers, Roberto Orci, Alex Kurtzman, screenplay by Roberto Orci, Alex Kurtzman. So Rogers probably did the first pass.
The director has a large role in making a movie good, but you can't fix everything. You can't. Robo-Lurker, responsible feels like a good word for being involved with the Catwoman script. Yeah. While Don Murphy is
and then he just noped out of filmography. He noped out of film
entirely.
The only other film he has listed on Wikipedia is "Marry Me," a 2022 film.
2022.
Yeah, 2007 to 2022. He spent some time in TV. Leverage. he directed 4 episodes, 16 episodes of Leverage.
Oh, okay.
7 episodes of The Librarian, a pilot, and then the 2020 MacGyver.
I thought you meant he had just vanished off the map from 2007 to 2022.
I mean, from film, yeah, from big screen,
But, yeah,
he just was like,
that's fine. That's like film and TV. You know, you usually put them together.
Yeah.
I thought it'd been funny if he did Catwoman, the first draft of Transformers, left the industry, and then at the tail end of COVID lockdowns was like, I have an idea.
He was also a writer on The Core.
A Small Dream, what he wrote was too good, so he retired for 15 years. Cypher, turds can only be polished so much. Trust me, I know. Glares in fixing Redacted's stories. I suspect I know who Redacted is.
I think we all know who Redacted
is. Aaron. I almost said your biblical name. Sorry, Aaron. You can probably figure it out too. Oh, this is where we got 10 clips from the funny Superlink episode. This is the one with all the gut tie sequences that were really beautifully done. Because they were just like, whatever. That episode, it's the one where they're just having a weird virtual arena fight. And then all the combiners get to have a big, like, hand-drawn gut tie sequence. Those sequences are so good. And I like them because it's like knowing that these will never be used means we go 200 times harder on them for no reason. And yeah, the rare uncombined combiners, the floating aerial bot jet modes, where they just motion tween forwards really slowly. Unicron's shining finger, yeah. That episode, like, it's a shame that, like, not a shame, but that episode was so fun to look at that I think it almost, like, it warped memories of Energon and Superlink. I can't believe that episode was part of the Energon dub as well. I always forget it, and then, like, I'll see a clip of it, but they're speaking English, and I'm like, what?
Oh man, unfortunately, having Google search for that whole list of video is a bunch of football tutorial skills. How to get better at Marvel Rivals. What if you traded the 10 best quarterbacks to the 10 worst teams?
Yeah, Griff, it was also an anniversary episode. It was for a very specific anniversary, like number of broadcast episodes or something. If I remember right.
Small Dream 500th episode, I want to say.
Yeah. The Dreamwaves TF Joe Goes Public contest. Take a picture of yourself showing your best homemade TF Joe sign in a public location. Make a sign containing the following text. I love Transformers vs. G.I. Joe Divided Front by Pat Lee, out this month, to win some great prizes from Dreamwave and Hasbro Canada. I wonder if this ever happened.
Please advertise for us. Please. It's going so great. We need you to stand out in front of your comic shop in a costume holding a sign.
It's going so great that we would like you to write a sign with my name on it, and please wave it around.
There'll be exposure for you if you're in Canada. It'll probably be exposure to the elements, but it's exposure.
Like, I'm not going nuts, right? Like there is a lot more like semi-random Dreamwave public incident PR going on now, like ramping up towards the end of this year. Wizard World heads to Boston in 2005. Wizard World Dallas this year. Bill from Bill's Toys and Games will be at Wizard World Dallas. Robot Masters pre-orders. Juan Hernandez, do any of you remember the collaboration between Hasbro and Shapeways called Super Fan Art? I remember that, and I believe nothing came of it. But I may be wrong. I remember that, though. Because I remember thinking, like, wow, I wonder what this will be, and then I don't remember anything else about it. So I think it fell apart.
Yeah, I think wasn't that from the era where wasn't there like a patent that Hasbro filed for something like the Matrix Forge or something, where they wanted to have a 3D printer, and you would buy your official like STL or whatever from Hasbro, and then it would print in the printer or something like that.
I remember because that was something we were covering on the podcast because we all thought it was very interesting, and then it fizzled out into silence very suddenly at a certain point.
Yeah, I found an old article from 2014 on 3dprintingindustry.com.
Yeah.
Saying allows them to sell and create their own 3D printable designs in the 3D printing marketplace.
Juan Hernandez, they specifically said you couldn't make saddles for My Little Ponies. I recall there were going to be like extremely specific bullet point restrictions. Because at the time, that was when Fakebusker was making a lot of waves on Shapeways. And there were lots of concerns that this would run creators like Fakebusker off of Shapeways. Which was funny because eventually Shapeways would sort of just melt down and self-destruct over time. Not catastrophically, but
I forget the process where it's like where it all looks very matte.
Yeah, it's because it
like
was
powder bed,
packed powder
printed, powder printed bed.
It would be like a powder pile, and they would shoot lasers through it.
Yeah.
Maybe it was. I wonder if that's similar to how the resin print pull, like the liquid pull stuff, works, in a way, because it's like having a big bed of medium that you're lasering through to create the item, as opposed to like layers.
Here's the website. It shows a couple of things, and then it shows a really cool Fakebusker Megatron fusion cannon, but as a model.
I remember this. Yeah. This was what was exciting is they showed Fakebusker stuff, and they showed a not character called Fast Forward, and this whole thing I think just never happened.
Yeah.
Or it started and then just went.
Yeah, pilot program, but I feel like this is maybe a little bit too early in the 3D printing world. Because I don't think, like, in 2014, you might have had some people that, like, had their own, like, kind of bad 3D printers, but nothing that you'd want to be doing anything excessive with. Like, you're not getting that Pinkie Pie out of anything out of your home.
Like, 2011, 2012 was an era where Transformers fans were buying tons of things off Shapeways, all through to the mid-2010s, because I bought a lot of spare heads off Shapeways that were designed to go with the Reprolabels kind of character reshells for Combiner Wars. And then Trent had a bunch of faceplates for Titan Masters. Because you ordered the prints from Shapeways, they would show up in Ziplocs. I had like a little Transformer car someone made on Shapeways. It was like $20. Jank ass when you built it because Shapeways plastic was not super built all that well for little moving parts, but it was fascinating that you could. Trent had the Dispensor mod. I did because that also had a Reprolabels sheet to go with it, and I used metallic Gundam paint on the head. In 04, if you told people about a service like Shapeways, it'd be like, you're crazy. That's impossible. Also in 04, Toys R Us was fighting back with more sales. There was an article about it on ICV2. Devil's Due, Transformers vs. G.I. Joe. I enjoyed the era where both companies were doing their own crossovers. John Rogers, the new Transformers movie writer, speaks out on chud.com. Mr. Spielberg is producing and heavily involved in the film's development. It'll be true to the source material, with a nice, light touch, a cast of human characters partnered with the Transformers, and big robot action. I mean, come on! They're paying me to write giant robot battles. I'm no otaku, but that's a good day in any geek writer's life. Anyone worried that we won't honor the source material can rest easy. It's so funny how much they keep going on in 03 and 04, but it's going to be just like G1. It'll be just like G1. Don't worry.
Well, and again, so he didn't make it to screenwriter. He was just story by. So maybe his was entirely G1, but since he did X amount of work for it, he had to stay on to something titled, and then everything after that was like, yeah, there's a truck and it's Optimus Prime. Crap, we got to keep his name in it.
Well,
all right.
He's no otaku, so
that's probably why.
There's an Australian Transformers convention tomorrow, November 6th, 2004. So Chris Carnage, make sure and check that out.
Sabertron.
John Rogers is no otaku. We gotta get that on the T-shirt. Long was here. I know you're doing a snobby Hollywood voice for him. Apparently, John Rogers is a pretty cool guy. Okay, I have no idea. I was just picking a voice. I almost did British, which would have been pretty funny.
I heard the British right at the very beginning.
Yeah,
I was like,
I was like in my brain. I was like, British? Well, probably not. Then I was kind of skewing towards that British informed money accent. Minor Galaxy Force release schedule update. Let's see. Is there a lot of Galaxy? Oh, gimmick descriptions confirmed via Babelfish, I'm assuming. It changes from a robot into a fire truck.
Hot damn.
We're getting into all the different spellings of Excellion. By inserting a force tip chip, wings open and speed up action. Force tip. So at the time, I guess we didn't know if it was force chips or force tips, because those both kind of katakana out the same way. Insert the force tip. Micron is included. It discharges a sound action gimmick. Yeah. Good God, Galaxy Convoy for 5,200 yen, starting at that with sheer decay.
Yeah.
It was a powerfully big toy. Universe Jawbreaker coming. See, new encyclopedias for Transformers announced in Japan all about Robot Masters. Burning Convoy for Robot Masters, I remember that. Galaxy Force Images. Yeah. Announcing that Robot Masters Lyo Convoy is coming out. That is a undersung, pretty dang decent deluxe-size Lyo Convoy, as I recall.
Yeah, that was one that I really regret. I know I saw at a bunch of shows, and it was another one of those, like we were saying before, that was always just like, that's like $10 more than I want to pay. And I don't feel like it going over and haggling. And then I'd see it like a year later and be like, man, I really want to get that. That's like $15 more than I want to pay.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll come down that far. And then later they were all gone. It's like, oh, no, I never got that.
Yeah, I think I got that one at Ultra Action Toys as well, because there was the non-shiny version and then the shiny version, but the shine was like mostly some really pretty red paint on the chest, if I recall correctly. The Trocadero thing in Philadelphia apparently went quite well. There were prizes included a knockoff set of Micromaster 6-Wing and Angel Season 2 on DVD.
I mean, Star Trek Voyager Season 1, it's not the best.
Kids in the Hall Season 1.
Either.
I think the Animatrix would bum me out if those were the other DVD prizes. It's like TV season, the Animatrix.
Bummed out that you didn't get it, or bummed out that you that's the one that's in there?
No, if I had won the Animatrix at an event like that, I'd probably be kind of bummed out, because that seems like the That seems like the runner-up prize in a prize pool like that. Big stacks of discs, and then the Animatrix. Don Murphy has posted the following tentative information on the production schedule. Screenwriter by end of October 04. First draft by Feb 05. Director by March 05. Shooting script by May 05. Prep April 05. Shooting July 05. Editing November 05. But all this bleep is rough, verily. We got the first thing done anyway.
Yeah, it's really easy to say that you got that first part done after the fact, or have the timing for it.
Yeah. Galaxy Force stuff if you don't want to be spoiled, blah, blah, blah. Battletech Swindle and Battletech Blue Tracks are out. Energon Combiners and Wave 5.5 released in Canada. Transformers World 2005 Halo 2 Clan.
Hey man, that stuff's important.
There's a members-only clan forum on TFW. Different rank. Custom signature. That's cute. Oh, we got a bunch of Chud info in the chat that I missed. The cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller movie from the 80s. Okay, Lee's saying, like, people my age saw the movie box at rental store all the time, and it stuck in our brains, so we just started using it as an insult. That tracks.
I believe it.
Yeah. The deluxe Energon combiners are showing up everywhere. The e-hobby version of Blitzwing will be named Overcharge. This is more of the this is the fomentation, the fomentation of Overcharge. The Hasbro Collector Survey showing results. Oh, there's a lot of the word collector in here. As part of that survey, you had agreed to be part of a Transformers Collector panel. We invite you to participate in a Collector panel discussion on weekday, month, XX from XXXXYY XST. I wonder what that was like. For your participation, you will receive a 20th anniversary Optimus Prime. That's not bad.
This is also significantly after it's been out, so you probably already had one.
True. I remember this run of articles about, like, Toys R Us in the holiday season, and everyone's got their back. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
New Transformers name trademarks: Reverb, Overhaul, Backstop, Undermine, and Safeguard. I think all of those ended up being in Cybertron. Yeah, I can't remember Reverb necessarily. Okay, some Reprolabels.
I'm making a thinking face that you can't see because I don't have a webcam. But those sound.
Cypher, yeah, Cypher's got it. Cypher says, yup. Galaxy Force 2-packs, Bullet and Runabout, Long Haul, and Puzzso. I wonder what Puzzso was supposed to be. Energon Megas. The next Hard Hero bust will be Cyclonus. Prowl and Checkpoint are out at Kmart. And oh, Energon episode 33 was never recorded. When asked what the reason would be, Heather Ann Putuk of Voicebox said, "It's a mystery to me?" Well, actually not quite. The episode was never recorded. I'm not sure why, but it could have been that the productions company wasn't happy with the animation. I'm sorry, I don't really have an answer. I'm sorry. So there, if you ever wondered about that whole, because if I remember right, that's like the missing episode that is also full of key plot. That's the thing I remember about the Energon dub. So I guess here is the genesis of that bit of information.
It fell down the back of the couch, and then only later did we realize.
Yeah, they just never recorded it. Everything I ever heard about the production of Energon sounded like a wretched nightmare, like more so than Cybertron or Armada. Energon's production sounded like a truly wretched nightmare. The alternators listings: the unknown Acura and the unknown Mitsubishi are new. Palisades stuff. aside from just supposedly it was Takara cheaping out. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I mean, it's given that like they were trying to simulcast, well, not simulcast, but like simul ship the show in both places. I can't imagine trying to develop an English dub for it in a timely manner was remotely feasible. I'm amazed they barely did it with Armada. Like in hindsight, like Armada as a show suffers enormously. Like I know of more than one person, honestly, who have tried to go back to watch Armada, and like it is a very difficult thing to process in the 2020s. I think Armada just ended up looking like a better production because at least it was sort of like fresh, and there was sort of a scrappy sense to that production, whereas Energon just felt like nobody was happy. Mm-hmm. Everyone was sad. Black Energon Omega Supreme. I remember this was like a thing, and oh, right. Because I remembered like this was like a discussion topic once, but here it says update. It's just original Energon Omega Supreme, not a promotional item. So yeah, I remember there was like a funny discussion around it, going like, oh, I wonder who it's supposed to represent. Blah blah. It's nothing.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've been kind of skipping over the Binaltech story stuff because it is infinitely better shared just in the TF Wiki articles at this point. Most of this stuff was just Babelfish translations. Right. Although worth mentioning, this was the one that had Chumley, Claw, and Krieger as cameo appearances. See, Tracks, BT Tracks is missing the Firebird emblem sticker. Oh, I vaguely recall this story too. Like some of them just didn't have it. Don Murphy tidbit on the live action movie. They come from Cybertron. They are not man-made. They are here because we have the Matrix. Probably can't call it that anymore. Thylacine 2000 shared a Hasbro conference call. Click here for the breakdown.
That's a name.
For what it's worth, I have a complete set of Japanese G1, most of which were purchased sealed, then opened and stickered by me, and the box is sold for enormous amounts, sometimes recouping up to 1/3 the actual cost I paid for the figure. What is this?
Images from the Hartman's Transformers collection for sale.
So weird. Aw, Sean C. One of the original fandom member has passed away announcements in the message boards era. Yeah. Energon 39. Giveaway Energon 40. Super Brilliant Combiner Buildron is out. Oh man, it's just like toys coming out. Oh no, Dreamwave again. This is wild. Dreamwave announced the company will be taking bold new steps as it moves into 2005. I wonder what those bold new steps are.
It's totally not bankruptcy court. I don't know why anybody would say anything about bankruptcy court. Nobody's talking about bankruptcy court.
Their most significant comic book, Transformers, has recently been hit with demanding production schedules due to a creative team that has been working on multiple projects. As a result, there have been delays in publishing several Transformers comic titles on a monthly basis. Dreamwave Productions values our dedicated fan base and would like to assure these fans that we are taking the necessary steps to fix this problem, says Dreamwave Vice President Roger Lee. To see that all Transformers comics will be published without delays, we are announcing additions to the Transformers creative teams. We're very confident that these additions will move the stories and art that have been contributed to Transformers' popularity will improve that stuff with our fans, says Lee. Original Transformers writer Chris Sarracini, author of the #1 selling comic book, the original Volume 1 of the Transformers G1 series, will be weaving his magic again, this time on the comic titles Transformers Generation 1 Ongoing and Transformers G.I. Joe Divided. They're just putting a new writer in?
Yeah. That'll fix all the problems, and definitely they won't have to go to bankruptcy court.
I just processed
why do you keep talking about bankruptcy court?
We saw solicits for comics, and now they're just slotting a new writer in. At the Sarracini will be reunited with superstar artist Pat Lee, whose innovative art style was a principal factor in the huge popularity of the original Dreamwave Productions comic book series. Also, Transformers television script... Excuse me? Transformers television scriptwriter Simon Furman... I mean, not wrong, but I don't think that's the credit people come for. Anyway, we'll be joining artist Don Allen Figueroa in the brand new Transformers comic book series Beast Wars that will be released in February. We read solicits for issue number past 1 of all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize how
look,
Whiplash.
It's easy to whiteboard a bunch of ideas.
Oh wow!
Actually, filling them out is something else.
That's wild. There's limited edition hardcover novels from Titan Press. I think these are the ones that became quite a thing to collect. I remember Matt McNally was trying to collect that stuff, and it was
maybe
it was pricey. Oh boy, there's stuff happening here. Sentinel Maximus is shipping now. We are very pleased to inform fans who purchased Transformers Sentinel Maximus figures from 3H Productions that Hasbro has completed packaging and the figures are beginning to ship to all who ordered and paid for them per 3H's records. As a special thanks to you fans for their loyalty and patience, as a special thank you to fans for their loyalty and patience, the Transformers team has created a new and special look for the Sentinel Maximus package. That explains why the box was fancy. Okay. Or designed.
It wasn't... it's designed.
That's what I mean by fancy, I guess.
Okay.
Non-templated. We continue to work on resolving the remaining issues surrounding the official Transformers Collectors Convention, OTFCC, and Fan Club, and we'll keep you posted as we have additional information. Thank you for your patience and continued support of Transformers. If I recall correctly, this is mostly now talking about plates, if I recall correctly. Oh, hey, TJ. Were there steps towards a Porsche dealership? Oh, Griff, we're about to get there. Okay, hang on. Bookmark what Griff just posted. Bookmark what Griff... Okay, because the next announcement, I saw this. That's why I was saying, ooh. Canadian Transformers Con 2005 guest announcement. A change to the Dreamwave guest lineup has been announced. James, Brad McDonough, and Adam Paddock will no longer be attending TFCon 2005. However, we are happy to announce the addition of Chris Sarracini, Transformers G1 Ongoing, and Transformers G.I. Joe Divided Front Writer to our guest list. And then Griff says, TF Wiki says they brought him in because they fired the Brad Mick duo. So yeah, before you posted that, I saw this and I was like, oh dog, they got curbed. They got freaking curbed. That's what happened. 2004 is a juicy year. Oh wow. we had BotCon 04, we had OTFCC 04, we had the 3H lawsuit filing. We have this garbage. Aaron, this is the juicy year.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know who some of you weren't here for the last couple of these streams. We even had 88 miles per hour pop up again to confirm that their Volume 2 that I forgot ever was going to exist is in fact not happening. Friggin' juicy year, 2004.
The remainders of that studio pulled up and said, no, we barely got the first one out. You think we're going to do it again?
Oh, that was that line in their email response where they were like, if you haven't received your pre-order or your refund, you know, you'll get it soon. It's like,
yeah,
from what?
I'm working weekends at the Jamba Juice, okay?
By the way, the 2-packs, now I remember, I forgot about this. The Galaxy Force 2-packs were remolded and repainted Armada figures with Force Chip gimmicks added in, if I recall correctly. I don't think I ever picked up those until the Cybertron releases of some or all of them.
Yeah.
Soundblaster is coming with Ravage and Buzzsaw. Book listings. These are going to get depressing too, I think.
See if any of them still live on Amazon. My gosh, they do. First 2 do, third one doesn't, fourth does, fifth doesn't. Transformers Pocket Field Guides.
Oh, I've seen this cover before. It's so weird, though. Publisher Dreamwave, May 1st, 05.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember those covers. Sentinel Maximus packaging revealed. And confirmed received. Oh, Cypher, like, I don't think anyone thought those things were coming out in Cybertron. I remember that was kind of like a surprise of sorts at the time. Yeah, TJ, it was Long Rack, Blur, Run Amok, and Buzzsaw. Let's see, the Robot Masters Victory Saber 2-pack. I still stand up for that toy. I like that toy, the Robot Masters Victory Saber. Beast Wars Returns website. Clip is up. Product preview for Universe and Energon. It's more of the Energon combiners. Tom DeSanto and Don Murphy meet with Simon Furman. Okay. Very happy to report that the talented Tom DeSanto and I had the luck to meet this morning with Simon Furman, Transformers historian extraordinaire. We brought him up to speed on the movie as it stands now. He gave us a glimpse into the dark and deep recesses of his noggin. It was a very exciting first meeting under a sunny sky in the courtyard of the old Charlie Chaplin lot, now owned by the Jim Henson heirs, and was for sure the beginning of many good things to come. So you know now, and soon the world will know.
A lot said to say nothing.
Don Murphy does this better
Murphy.
than Lorenzo, though. Because, like, Don Murphy at least sounds like he's insane. Like, like all the time. Oh, this is cute for the Palisades statues. Is there any chance of getting statues without battle damage? All of them have some minimal damage, but none will be as beaten up as the first two were.
You bitch if you get something exciting. You bitch when you get battle damage.
Oh, man. All these announcements from Dreamwave are getting freakier and freakier. I'm kind of getting excited because, like, the news is thinning out, and we're more than halfway through November now.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of getting excited. Bill's Toys and Games. The Overcharge Bio Translation. In the distant past, military hardware robots were furnished and traded to numerous planetary nations and interstellar organizations as tools of the Quintesson's malevolent business dealings. These autonomous weapons would become the prototypes of the Decepticons. The newest model of this line, the Overcharges, were produced as all-purpose combat units. Ones incorporated with the Decepticons' distinctively evolved military technology and more than sufficiently endowed with the offensive strength necessary for global domination. I was expecting that to actually be pretty bad to read, but that was okay.
Mm-hmm. That was the, like, green and
green and cream.
Green and cream. Yeah.
It's the one that just came out as a Legacy Blitzwing repaint.
Yeah.
We got an interview with John Rogers. Does it work?
IGN, sometimes they do. This time they didn't. So let's see if the Wayback Machine's got us. Paste. There we go. It says it has something from December 8th. Come on.
I want to know. Cena Nuva, I agree. Yeah. Seeing retail overcharge is bonkers. Were you able to find anything?
Yeah, alternate chat.
Ooh.
For those playing at home in the main chat.
All right. 2 other movies in development. Mr. Spielberg. There aren't a lot of guys for whom, because now I know he's cool. There aren't a lot of guys for whom giant robots don't involve a rather large learning curve. So again, My geek lifestyle gets me in. Poor guy.
Yeah. Big fan as a kid. It's one of those tricks of the age that once I grew out of it as a toy, I assumed it no longer existed. Yeah. The dark ages.
Oh, your background is in science. Will you be drawing on any of that for this project, or is it going to be strictly make-believe? Dude, Energon crystal. Seriously. I don't understand. All right, what can we reveal about the humans? It's a big-scale movie. Ordinary humans who discover the robots, scientists who tinker with what must not be tinkered with, and cool soldier types teaming up with our new Autobot friend. The name Witwicky will be spoken. Even now, I say too much. Slated for release summer 2006.
So it seems like the Iceman thing from the first movie is maybe very much could be like part of his contributions to it.
Yeah, no, that sounds reasonable for the timeline of what's going on. I remember this interview because I remember that just him saying they were going to use the name Witwicky made me at the time go like, oh, they do get it. They're going to use real Transformer. Whoa!
Which is also probably why we were like, oh man, it's definitely going to be G1.
Yeah. How could they?
They remembered a name.
How could they not do G1 if they said Witwicky? Get some more images and stuff. Front page update. Energon scattershot name changed back to Six Shot. I sort of remember this being a funny thing that happened for like a week or something. Six Shot's little brother getting his name flipped back and forth. Or, sorry, Shock Blast's little brother. Let's see. Oh, wow. The new artist for Transformers Generation 1 is Patrick Spaziante for number 14.
Why do you keep talking about bankruptcy court?
Just keep hot swapping all these people in. Let's see, the Mazda is going to be Shockwave. Diesel returns banner. Happy Thanksgiving from the staff. Takara restructures after dismal 2004. While Hasbro continues to experience earnings in their products, the sister company overseas responsible for most of the actual creation of your favorite toys didn't experience the type of earnings they were expecting for 2004. Zinc Panic, that's a name, is reporting that Takara will ditch many of their products and stick to what is quoted their robot-rich past, including plans to dredge up time-tested hits from the past for new toy treatment. I wonder if this is when they brought back Microman stuff. Or was that already something that happened? I can't remember.
That was... No, wasn't Kicker a Microman? Like
yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like a Microman.
Yeah. You're
release. Right. So Microman would have already been a thing they were doing.
And I mean, this certainly wasn't Diaclone Reboot.
Yeah. Got quite a while still.
Cypher having an activated neuron with the name Spaziante. I don't remember that name at all myself. Smoltrim kids hated Robot Masters. What is going on? Okay, Transformers Con 2005 guest list. We're pleased to welcome Ben Lee, Edwin Garcia, and Elaine Toe to the list of artists attending from Dreamwave Productions.
Fine. Everything is fine.
This is like, this has to be just people rapidly being restructured and then like pulling in everyone they know to just introduce is like, look, we still have an office. We're still okay. The Mustang remold is going to be Wheeljack? Yeah, it is. Let's see, them funny robots. I don't think Seth is here anymore. Let's see some magazine stuff. Oh, Spaziante did Mega Man and Sonic. Okay, that's outside my wheelhouse. I am seeing more connecting neurons happening now, though, in the chat. Apparently, Spaziante's only Transformers work he ended up doing was artwork for 3 Earthspark books? That's a... Holy moly. You go from being a name Dreamwave is using to show everything is fine, and then 20 years later actually work on the brand. This is a... Oh, okay, picture of a Galaxy Force power chip. Gold Grand Convoy. More Murphy updates on the movie. All right. Your voice is heard. Just prior to leaving for 5 glorious days on the beach, I sat down with the producers and John Rogers and went over where the story was going. Remember, everything you post is read, at least by me. And when there seems to be a consensus, it will be addressed if at all possible. For example, a huge amount of fans want Cullen and Welker. Well, the truth is, no matter what you read anywhere else, that no one has been approached to do any voices. The process of filmmaking will make that the final decision of the director. It is something that has been heard and will be addressed when the time comes. I can't go into where the story is going, only to say John is great and I have invited him onto the board. And to put an end to the controversy that I never understood, I am pleased to tell you that John has come up with a plausible explanation that will allow some of the bots to mass or size shift. This was important to a lot of you, and I wanted you to know you've been heard. Will it work? Will it be any good? Will it make it onto the screen? Who the hell knows? The only thing I know for sure is we're trying here. And apparently, he said when asked about approaching car companies, trucks for licenses, whether foreign military vehicles be considered for Decepticons, Dawn answered yes to all 3 questions.
How they size shift is they turn into knives.
Yeah, just explode and compress. Small Dream, what is up with guys being in consideration for Transformers works and not actually doing anything until 2022? Yeah, I don't know. They got pulled into the time suck, you know? Some of these people didn't exist until just last week, but also they were there back in 2004.
COVID also lasted a lot longer than you think it did.
Yep, we didn't mean to tell you this way. All right, the free Predaking contest ends today. 3rd packaging variant for Alternator's Wind Charger. That keeps happening. Energon combiner push at Walmart. Oh, more solicits. Who's working on anything now? Okay, let's see. Alex Milne's still hanging around.
Yeah. Written by Simon Furman, written by Simon Furman, written by Simon Furman, written by Simon Furman.
Who are these two? Who's James McDonough and Adam Paddock? What happened to Chris Sarracini? Oh, because it's a trade paperback. Okay. The reorder edition of the book that is now written by Chris Sarracini. Oh, man. All right, what is this? Oh, John Rogers with major hints of the Transformers movie. I may regret this. John Rogers here. Let the angry flame begin. I knew that Catwoman credit would come back to bite me in the ass. To tell you the truth, I haven't actually even seen the Catwoman movie. Let's leave it at that. Don't get me wrong. I like the people, appreciate the check. But no. Don't slag off the core. I like the core. I'm proud of it. That and creating Jackie Chan adventures. I forgot about that part, if that's true.
I mean, that's on his IMDb page, so.
Hell yeah. Gotta respect the massive fan base and mythology of a 20-year legacy, at the same time expanded in filmic ways. Streamline it for a new audience who wouldn't know G1 from Dreamwave with a gun to their head. That's such a weird phrase, G1 from Dreamwave. As though they're highly different.
Yeah. Very different.
These 2 apples. Look at the Citroën commercial. Oh, I forgot about that. Do you remember that, Aaron? The transforming Citroën? And how we were like, whoa!
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Everyone's family member sent you links to video clips of it.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't we make this movie so the big bots become current in today's culture, rather than treating them as some artifact? There's plainly a zeitgeist for it out there. You know what? He's very prescient in saying this, given what the live-action movies became. There should be, after this movie, another whole generation of Transformers fans. Guess what? There were. That's wild to read 20 years later. He was right. To throw you ravenous jackals some marrow, what little marrow I can. Here's some random stuff. Spielberg is very involved in the movie. He pitched out a couple of cool ideas during development. G1 period finito. You're a
Maybe
lot.
this is where we got the it's G1 idea.
Well, they kept saying it too. Like Murphy kept saying it, and this guy is like confirming it. Like whatever happened? What are they talking about? Size shifting is an integral part of the movie. On a scale that allow for Transformers from Earth disguised vehicle forms to a robot that makes sense. Some of the power scales of the Transformers mega weaponry here in my Simon Furman penned guide sitting next to my computer. I want to see what that guide was. Would be a little ridiculous in a live action movie, but I want big robots. You want big robots. Etc. etc. Arc, check. Cybertron, check. Energon Matrix, check. I guess so. Check plus. Okay, we won't mention Primus, points in the direction of why they want it, as in Spark. As to who's showing up, if you want real well-defined characters, we need to spend time with the personalities of each Transformer as a character. Much like the X-Men model. Let's see. Why wouldn't I want a cool shape-shifting spy Decepticon? Cassettes are passé. He'd adapt a bit more. Okay, so he did have a hand in that, I would assume. Yeah, we did get Cybertron kind of. Freedom is the right of every sentient being. Blah blah. The coolest two-seater high-octane ambulance to fire truck. Oh, I remember that was like a back and forth thing, if I recall correctly, from like DVD features way back. Mm-hmm. Witwiki check. Witwiki girlfriend modified check. Weird way to put that. Megatron is in 2004. Megatron is a gun. Not going to happen. What is this? On a scale of 1 to 10, predict how dark this movie will be. Decepticons think humans are squishy. Enough said.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of, but not like loudly, clearly. You know, not the implications being given here. Cena Nova worryingly starting to sympathize with guys who would not shut up about how the movie isn't exactly like G1 because apparently they were sold that over and over and over. Yeah, I'm starting to reconnect some neurons about this too.
Yeah.
Let's see, it's a preview, Galaxy Force info. Decepticon Matrix shot. I remember Decepticon Matrix. Hey, the Dreamwave site gets a new look with a new layout. Everything's fine.
Perfectly fine.
John, I forgot that this John Rogers posting era. Because like 07 totally memory hold so much of this stuff. I don't know if it's the same for you, Aaron, but like a lot of this I do not remember until I read it. Specific design stuff determined by Hasbro. Meeting with the toy folks, they have strict guidelines. I recall hearing that this was kind of the other way around, though, by the time the movie was actually being made. This is so when he said Wiki girlfriend check modified, I am assuming that it resulted in no Witwiki isn't gay. Wow, the kind of meant you'll recognize the girlfriend's character name, but she doesn't start out as his girlfriend. Her name is Michaela. No one recognizes it. This is some 2004 ass internet too. Bunch of friggin' Don Murphy goons going like, "You gonna make him gay?" There's no Autobot equals American cars, Decepticon equals foreign models paradigm. I guess. But, I mean, was it not a thing that Autobots kind of equal General Motors cars a lot of the time?
Yeah, they were all General Motors cars.
Yeah.
And the only car was a modified Ford.
Yeah.
Where it wasn't even like a Ford Mustang, it was like some conversion company's take on the Ford Mustang.
The Transformers are being chosen because of their personalities. It's more important to the process of treating them like real characters than alt forms to me. 95% of the Transformers
was a Shelby Mustang, not a Ford Mustang.
Yeah. 95% of the Transformers are like 95% of the originals. No worries. But I like no yellow spandex and organic web shooters. Some stuff just looks better on film. This is so freaking wild to read. Enough from you cassette player haters out there. Modern day setting, no triple changers. You'll see other countries. Maybe it's me, but Megatron doesn't need to become a wee little gun because he's Megatron, intergalactic kicker of asses. And he doesn't hide from no stinking humans. That's kind of cute. Oh, this is great. The guy who changed his name to Optimus Prime. Seriously, you just scared the hell out of me. Pat Lee will be in Las Vegas. And Roger Lee will be reviewing artist portfolios. Aaron, is everything fine?
Pat Lee is totally not taking the remaining $87.32 to Vegas and betting it all on black. He wouldn't do that, even with the system that he has, that'll guarantee that he makes a bunch of money.
Yeah, he has a
totally
system.
Not going to try to cover payroll.
He knows how to count
the system
things.
Works.
He just has to keep counting the cards. Dreamwave has 2 articles on their website detailing the future of Transformers comics. Oh my god. I didn't remember the Dreamwave crash out being like this careening.
Yeah, I think part of it is this is definitely hindsight being 2020.
Yeah.
This just looks like we're a Transformers fan. Anything Dreamwave is getting a mention. Like, Holland had ends with Dreamwave, so like everything was getting kicked to TFW for Super Megatron to post.
Yeah.
And it's looking. Look at all the stuff they're doing. Surely it's not going poorly.
Everything would be fine if we were doing all this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cypher, I think they had gotten a Capcom license, too. Okay, pre-registration for TFCon in 2005. Nothing about Dreamwave. Okay, that encyclopedia is out. Masterpiece Ultra Magnus is a repainted Masterpiece Convoy. Okay, so this was coming across the reveal of the white version of MP1 as MPO2. That's kind of cool. New 3D transformation videos to their sites. I wonder if this was like just the stock footage from the show or if it was like a CAD model transformation. Transcripts. Don Figueroa's scaling system for Transformers Generation 1. This is kind of cool. I won't read it all out, but screen cap this. Because obviously this is just like, at this time, this was one comic book artist, but it's neat to see like the thought process on like what should be bigger than what should be bigger than what. Was the Megatron comic, the Origins one, another thing Dreamwave planned but didn't release? I believe so, because if I recall correctly, Megatron Origins was basically done, so it got inherited by IDW and like slightly tweaked. Also with career Goombah Matt Moylan in the news recently, apparently he had, I mentioned this last stream, apparently he had a lot of stuff wrong to say about what Dreamwave was going to do. It's interesting that y'all are talking about them, because I kind of forgot about this till you brought it up, that they were starting to get a Capcom license. I wonder if that is how the Moylan to Dreamwave to Paddock McDonough connection happened. Okay, previews for a comic that will actually come out, Energon number 30. Flash, Lao Convoy, and Robot Masters with DVD. Transformers and Nokia are doing something. We can't see what it is. Transformers first series complete from Jive Entertainment. Another insight. I guess this is another one of those eras of encyclopedia books. Lots of photos. Oh! Hasbro fires 125 workers right in time for the holiday. So they were doing it 20 years ago, even.
That's always how it goes.
Yeah.
You got to goose the numbers at the end of the year.
Wretched.
Hey, Harlod getting a shout out for a dollar
Ayo.
fee. Call out.
Unicron is mentioned in film 1 and may show up in the 3rd. Sure. Sideswipe Prime. Only 125. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. I didn't think about that. Screwed up. Hey, the Dreamwave Transformers 2004 Datatracks annual has been delayed. Huh. Don't worry, it's resolicited in January for a February or March release. Everything's fine.
Just it gets pushed back. You know,
Yeah.
you have issues with suppliers and paying them, and artists and paying them, and colorists and paying them.
Well,
Really
Evan
just paying people, but
Evan put up a low-res version of the Transformers Con 2004 documentary for download to right-click and save as. That's kind of cool. Custom Masters Ultra Magnus Action Master by Prowl Pants. Does CustomMasters.com still work?
probably not. You. Wow. This domain is for.
You okay over there?
How much are you going for? Yeah. Yeah, how much do you think the CustomMasters.com domain is for sale for?
$1,000?
Higher.
$10,000?
Okay, lower.
$8,000.
$5,495.
That's still a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, Custom Masters, I guess that's something.
A little bit more usable.
Damn, I wonder what this looked like.
Let me see if the Wayback Machine caught it.
I'll scroll up a bit while we're going.
It has many hits.
Hasbro Toy Giveaway. Here's a list of some stuff they were giving away in 2004. See if any of these words activate any of y'all.
It has exactly one image, and it's of the Ion Blaster. That's completely custom, convoy-sized rifles specifically designed to fit the Action Master mold.
Damn it.
Womp to the womp.
Yeah, in this contest, they were giving away an Omega Supreme. You know what? The fact they're giving away an Omega Supreme, some of this other stuff, I would be bummed out, you know? Oh, you won a copy of Candyland. You won a copy of Trivial Pursuit. I could have won Omega Supreme.
Yeah.
I could have won the Weebleville Town Center. Masterpiece Ultra Magnus.
Okay, so all the prizes include one each of the following.
Oh! I didn't assume they would be that remotely that generous. Oh, you know what? This giveaway rules. Okay. Yeah, no, whatever. Yeah.
You only really, like, anybody out there is maybe only going to be excited to get 2 of those things.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. That Video Now color player, like a portable, like, color video player.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
how cool is that?
Mission Paintball, you know? For real friends. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Looks like this is us discovering there was going to be a Papercraft trailer with the Magnus as well. I still stand up for the Papercraft trailer from MPO1. I like it. Aaron, we're so close.
Yeah.
Black Robot Master shipping now. Black G1 Convoy, Black Starscream. I remember these. These things are actually kind of neat because they were not just like black paint. They had like smoky gray gunmetals on them that were kind of cool. Mm. Oh boy. Questions answered by returning Dreamwave writer Chris Sarracini. Does this interview work? Possibly archive.org.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up now.
All right.
Paste.
What do you have to say for yourself, Chris Sarracini? Why did the background turn to dark gray with black text?
Yeah.
I hate this. Hang on.
It's weird partially saved stuff. I think this is the first time I've seen the Internet Archive with the whole width of the banner.
Yeah. This is my highlight. Oh, my highlighting is looking worse on here. Oh, no, is it blue now?
Yeah.
Okay, I just had to check that. All right, so, is there any suspicion in any of the questions here? Who are we going to see?
Ongoing storylines be wrapped up quicker to make way for any ideas that you have. I don't know for certain how long the previous writers intended to extend their storyline, so I can't say for sure whether my wrap-up is quicker than what they had planned.
I intend to give their storylines a proper and respectful conclusion before bringing on my unique direction. So your first major plot is going to be exploring the origins and with the Unicron stuff. Remember, this is when we were only starting to get sick of the idea of Unicron. It was still pretty fresh from Armada. The 21st century Unicron, I should say. But we see a return of many high-powered humans are scared of and fed up with Transformers' presence on Earth. What do you consider to be a background character? Do you see G1 eventually transitioning to later character focuses? Don't have any plans in the immediate future. There's a lot more ground I want to explore. They want to reconnect with a wide range of fans. Dreamwave. And until this reconnection is established, then a drastic transition to later era Transformers from 2 years later will have to be put on hold. That being
drastically. Well, that's 10% of the time since the show started from this point in time.
Yeah. All right, well, that interview was a little bit of a bunko. But Sideswipe Prime was able to find the custom Magnus. Oh, okay. That box is actually kind of cool.
That link works better than the one I snagged.
Yeah. Wow. I just had an online threat detected pop up. The white Prime-style Magnus was thrust into spotlight by Dreamwave in the 6th issue of the 2nd limited series. Oh, there's like a PVC version, too. That's cool. No, it's alright, Sideswipe Prime. I think it's probably just because it's an old website that it starts with http://. And the only thing that popped up was the Bitdefender that Best Buy installed on this machine when I bought it. It usually leaves me alone, so I just ignore it. Okay, that's cool. I scrolled up a bit, by the way, just to look for more stuff. There's the March previews releases, but at this point now it looks like a lot of... Just now we're just in downfall era. Now it's just like acting like everything's fine.
Yeah.
The Universe Convention Edition. Whoops. Here we go. Final text story so far with clarifications by the author. Oh, interesting. So, Ichikawa, as translated by Doug Glynn, did clarifications on the postings of the storylines. That's kind of neat. I remember Nevermore's Bind Alternators website, too. Welcome back, Jody. Right. Long was... Whoa, we were on your birthday date news. Ooh. Oh, Aaron, look! The collector's plates are on their way! Yay!
Hasbro's independently arranged shipping for the 2003 collection. So this is the 2003 collector plates in 2004. Received confirmation from the factory that produced them that they're to begin shipping on December 20th, 2004. As you are aware very clearly... Oh, again, this is on Transformers.com as well. This is on the page. These plates were promised from 3H Productions to all fans who attended the 2003 dinner or paid for them by special order. Therefore, names, addresses for shipping, as well as confirmation of payments were derived from 3H's production records. Please keep an eye out for them. Hopefully you haven't moved in the past 2 years.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Oh, no.
Random person getting some order that they don't know, open it up, and they're like,
plates?
Plates.
Sina Nuva. To be clear, children, we hate 3H Productions. Please grow up understanding. You must hate 3H Productions. Yeah, I know, it's just... Yeah. It's wild to me they're putting it on just Transformers.com. Like, I understand that's their news outlet,
still,
but...
I mean, this is also... 2004 is still deep into the era of, you know, commercials that maybe talk about that are very much, hey, children, get your parents' permission to fire up AOL and get online.
Yeah. Still on the same... Or one day later, though, then they're like... We have a new survey up, by the way, asking about your age and how often you visit the Hasbro websites. Kind of, I wonder if it probably wasn't. It'd be funny if this was someone at Hasbro going like, so are the kids looking at the website, or are the adults? Someone bang up a quick survey.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Popcultureshock interviews Aaron Black of Reprolabels.com. Does this work at all? They interviewed Aaron Black of Reprolabels.com for Lee Kalba's birthday.
Wayback Machine's got it. Maybe. You're showing that you hit it a bunch. Won't you let me...
Galaxy Force popping up in Japan. I remember getting Galaxy Force close to this time of year, somewhere around Christmas time, New Year's. Long was here. Was the Reprolabels thing on Blue Sky cleared up? Yes. I don't know who in the friggin' rat intestinal excrement was running that first site, or first Blue Sky account. Reprolabels now has a Blue Sky account for real that I believe uses their website name. I'm following it. I do not know what in the hell that other account was, or why it said the, in fact, creepy as frigging hell stuff it said to me before I blocked it. 29, oh boy, young Aaron. Resident of Hamilton, Ontario. Insurance adjuster by day, sticker freak by night. What a title.
Really freaky.
I'm a sticker freak. Wow, Reprolabels started in 99. So they are, in fact, a 20th century company. And they have Link to Cool's yeah, because Link to Cool toys. I think I might have gotten some fig arts from them once or something. I don't know, or a movie toy, like an 07 movie toy. Simply the needs of my own collection were what persuaded me to start. That's a very Aaron thing, from what I understand. Yeah. Like he got a 3D scanner to 3D scan some alt modes and robot modes to print out little non-transforming transformer statues for himself because it's what he wants. And then it became like, hey, can you use that 3D scanner also for archival? I have over 1,000 micro... Yeah, used to be big. I only collect micro guys. So even 20 years ago, he was getting into his thing. Alexis Silva, Reprolabels as old as Family Guy and SpongeBob and One Piece.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting One Piece started airing while I was in high school on my Japan field trip. There's a lot of cool stuff. A lot of this is just like the nitty-gritty of how they do the process back then. Mm-hmm. So do check it out. These links should be saved in the chat replay, by the way, in the VOD. People seem to like the alternator sets right now. You're probably thinking to yourself, alternator sets? They don't come with stickers. Well, get this. Aaron creates custom sticker sheets for this highly popular line that takes the classic stickers of the reformatted alternators so they better resemble their G1 counterparts. So it's like the nascent beginnings of what is most of their business now, at least loudly. How does Hasbro feel about your reproducing sticker sheets of their Transformers license? Have they given you any problems? Not personally. Although I've heard a similar site was closed down by them. I have tried my best to help them in the past whenever they had sticker-related questions or design needs, and I suspect they're letting things slide a bit. At the same time, I'm sure they're watching me very closely, too. Are you doing any actual designs for them?
Next one.
Are you strictly an advisor? Not an advisor, no. They simply ask me from time to time if I have graphics for certain toys. Before Stepper came out, Takara had lost the graphics, so they asked me to furnish them. In the end, they still didn't use my graphics due to compatibility issues, but they made it clear they were grateful for my effort. This is probably why also they were able to survive. I'm starting to think. So some other custom stuff. Have you ever do you accept custom offers? Not anymore. It's too tedious for one-offs, the design to print process. Where do you see Reprolabels 5 years from now? Oh, wow. I would love to have many more designers offering their services. It's hard to find good help, and would like to branch out into other areas besides Transformers. Also, I would like to be fully licensed for all the brands. So the license part maybe didn't happen, but I believe the other part did. I know there are multiple designers who work at ToyHax. The rest of this is some sort of pseudo review, pseudo ad copy. That's pretty cool. Like knowing where they are now and have been. That's pretty cool. Proof that the new Alternator's Mustang is wheeljack. The license plate clearly reads Wheeljack. Images of Galaxy Force stuff coming out because it popped up early in Japan. Red Alert. Okay, that's the Palisades statue that did not come out, designed by George Tremarco, who did Shockwave, Soundwave, and Wheeljack. Happy Holidays from TFW 2005, from Christmas to Kwanzaa. The Jawbreaker repaint is Universe Frostbite. Galleries, more galleries. The Galaxy Force website has gone live. What is that? We're not there yet. Info from TV Magazine, TV Boy, and Hyper Hobby. A rough cut of the upcoming Galaxy Force intro theme, acquired from some of his contacts and previously released. I wonder what that was. I wonder what that was. A quality rip of the Galaxy Force DVD that came with TV Magazine. So this has transformation animations and a Robot Master special. Okay. 2005 Community, World of Warcraft Part 1. Oh, God. The first of many upcoming news posts that will highlight certain parts of the community here on the boards. The gaming genre, specifically the world of online games, or in this case, massively multiplayer online role-playing games, and one in specific, the World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
It set a one-day sales mark when it came out in... Oh, it just came out. Okay. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was already playing City of Heroes at this point. Galaxy Force sales have gone live. Galaxy Force test shot is... Oh, I remember Ken's collection. Uh-oh. Aaron. Uh-oh. Dreamwave's future uncertain? Anyone who
Why
is
are you
anyone...
talking about bankruptcy court?
And looks at discussion forums, knows there's been a lot of rumors lately surrounding the Transformers fan communities that Dreamwave, the publishers and creators of those comics, are facing a financial meltdown, also known as bankruptcy. The rumor started when Ben Yee posted an article to his website stating that we should prepare for the worst. So Ben Yee kicked this off? This rumor...
Ben, how could you do this to us?
This rumor only fueled fires started regarding the untimely departure of James McDonough and Adam Paddock, both claiming lack of payment for their apparent job abandonment. Another piece of the puzzle comes into place at CBR, known for their accurate and inaccurate claims to comic book industry foresight. It was CBR, however, that first reported the upcoming departure of McDonough and Paddock and the apparent financial woes of Dreamwave. They've posted regarding what's happening, claiming Dreamwave has gone into receivership, that Hasbro has not renewed their licensing agreement, and that Dreamwave is on final notice for licensing fee payments. What's really going on, no one's sure, and those who aren't speaking about it. Nevertheless, we only wish the best for our friends at Dreamwave and hope that these rumors are just that, rumors, so we can look forward to many more years of quality storytelling from the good folks up north. You will not be getting that. I, I'm sure actually he's not related, but do you? It just occurred to me. Do you think that maybe the 3H thing made Hasbro start to glance at their other licensors and start poking around? I don't think it's related to this, but I wonder. Wouldn't that be funny?
I could see that being something that's like a, hey, we need to do like a check-in. Let's get a pulse of what's going on here.
Yeah, and then
so I linked something that's shortly after this. So if you want to wait until the 3rd.
Okay.
Or January 10th actually is the date on the article from CBR. But it lists a letter that went out to freelancers on the 3rd. But no, I could definitely see this being something that, like, 3H kind of bobbling it for a little bit, and then probably more so Hasbro having to come in and fix it.
Yeah.
Probably got a bug in somebody's butt to be like, look, we had to do this with a primary licensor. Like, this is a very public facing thing for all the fans. What's the other big public fan thing? Dreamwave. Well, like, they've been having issues getting stuff out on time. Well, let's take a look at it, and then like go and sit down with all the people that be and say like, hey, what's really going on here? And look, we were in Vegas and I put money on red because it hadn't been red for a while, and then it wasn't red again. And then after that, we didn't have payroll money anymore. But I thought, hey, we got money for paper. So I took that money and I put it all on red.
It starts with pay. So
and then it hit black again. And the guy that was spinning the reel says, wow, I've never seen it hit black 4 times in a row. This must be some sort of statistical anomaly. Surely you could bet red again. And so then I took the money to keep the actual lights on in the building, and I put that one on red.
Yeah, well, it's also, like, Cypher's pointing it out, and I kind of noticed, like, the wording again. It sounds like Dreamwave also weren't paying for the license again either. Like, they were behind.
That's true too, yeah.
But, maybe they were behind. Maybe Hasbro were like, oh, those poor guys must have just forgot, and, like, who knows? I just think it'd be funny if, like, Glenn Hallett's well-meaning catastrophe somehow brought a little magnifying lens onto Dreamwave when they were trying to navigate their way into, like, into successfully crossing grifts over or something.
Yeah. And I and a difference there is on the other side, like, I know that Dreamwave would have been paying Hasbro licensing in order to use the stuff. I could see, like, whatever the deal was that Hallett/3H had might have been a nice sweetheart deal because it's just a fan convention at a time where I don't know that there were a ton of official fan conventions. The nerderies that I nerd in, I don't think at that point in time would have had official conventions much. They would have had plenty of unofficial conventions. And so I wonder if it was like different aspects, and then Dreamwave having issues paying things at the beginning of the year when Hasbro's like, their beginning of Q4, when Hasbro's looking at like, hey, let's get all this stuff lined up for next year, and then where's our check for the cut? And they're like, yeah, that check, we can write one.
Yeah,
we can definitely write a check.
Just don't
and hand it to you.
Don't cash it until everything's fine. But
it's just some money is getting transferred from one account to another, and the price of soybeans in the Midwest has been really fluctuating, so that's kind of put a crimp on some things, and what's that over there?
Yeah. Because, Cena Nuva, the main thrust was just Pat Lee buying too many cars, not paying enough people, etc. I just think that, I don't think that, I just hypothesize a little cutely that, like, maybe there is like a reality where he would have got away with it by simply ejecting everyone who raised complaints and hiring lots of eager, like, up-and-comers who could be abused, and maybe would have hung on to the license for another year or two, had a magnifying glass not been, like, shone a little bit more heavily. But I'm hypothesizing. It's just it would be kind of funny. It probably isn't what happened. What did happen is the same day, the new Transformers Convention and Collectors Club licensee is Fun Publications. This info comes from Master Collector, the newsletter, who currently run the official G.I. Joe convention. So it begins. Lee Kalba says, Pat Lee learned the trick about using young guys who didn't know better from Rob Liefeld. Yeah. The Small Dream, the beginning of the end of the beginning.
The beginning, yeah.
And really, it never ends, ...
Timeline load-bearing Sentinel Maximus.
Yeah, Sentinel Maximus was like the one who like had to cross the major fissure in the time-space continuum. Is Pat Lee still around? Is he dead? Hang on a second. Let me show you. I can still go summon this up somewhere. Oh hell, where is that picture gonna be? Aaron, you know the picture I'm talking about, right? Pat Lee's podcast.
Yes.
Oh, it's gonna be so. It's in like a. I need to put that picture somewhere else. It's buried in a private conversation. I can fish it out, I think. I must have posted it somewhere else. Does anyone remember what I was talking about? No, I put it in the Discord.
Pat Lee podcast comes up with a cooking podcast with a that is not Pat Lee. That's probably Pat Lee. Those are
here we go.
Common.
I found it. Did Discord get rid of the open in browser little pop-up thing easily? Yeah, I have to middle click it.
You gotta like click on it and then get on. It's like on the bottom line or something.
Anyway, yeah. Alexis Silver, here's what Pat Lee's been up to. If you want to listen to his well-studied thoughts about telepathy, extraterrestrials, channeling parallel universes and near-death experiences, if you want to hear his podcast about all of his studies into the paranormal.
I always love the kookery, like, NDEs, near-death experience, OBEs, out-of-body experiences. Like, just say near-death experience, out-of-body experience. You don't gotta, like, crunch that down. UFOs, unidentified flying objects. Like, just say the thing. People that throw initialisms and acronyms into things and then say what the thing is. It just...
So Cypher hadn't seen this yet, it turns out. Also, neither had the Shadefish, who says, I sort of assumed he'd be an anti-woke grifter. This is ... better? That's sort of how I felt. I was like, you know what? At least it's kind of harmless.
The unfortunate thing is, you ever see any like Milo Rossi's stuff?
That sounds familiar.
The Mini Minute Man, the guy that has a bunch of YouTube shorts talking about like how ancient alien stuff is nonsense and here's the proof type of things. Unfortunately, it seems like there's a series of converging lines of people that are like this and people that are like that.
Oh. Oh, so it's not better. It's just different.
So it's they're not parallel and they don't always necessarily intersect, but a bunch of those lines frequently come pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we couldn't build pyramids is like, nah, we could. Like, we could build pyramids today. We just don't want to because it's big and dumb and expensive. And back then, they just had a buttload of labor or slave labor and made it worth it.
I should mention,
it's not like it's lost technology. It's just people were really smart back then. They just didn't have the shoulders of giants to stand upon now.
I was first sent this by Adam Bilmu as a bit, but I reposted it in the Discord because this happens sometimes. Is every now and then, it is now so far in the past, it is possible to, without meaning any ill will, start to kind of rehabilitate the work of Pat Lee a little bit, right? And so I posted this with the context of, I advise caution in the rehabilitation of Pat Lee, is I think what I said. Because he's right there. He's waiting. He's got a podcast all ready to go. Just in case you want to think, like, wonder if maybe the guy's mellowed out a little bit. Anyway, international aid organizations helping the tsunami victims.
Yeah,
because that's
Cypher. There, a Venn diagram of stuff, of those overlaps.
The East Asia and South Africa tsunamis happened. The end of 2004. I forgot about that.
And then also, Vangelus, you may not be showing live chat on there, but yeah, Lee Calba saying the ancient alien stuff is rooted in racism. Also, people think that this stuff would have been built on a modern time scale, not over a generation, because these civilizations lasted thousands of years, not 250. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Why is it always frigging... I hate the frigging top chat default so much.
Well, he used naughty words, and at 3 hours and change in, you may get demonetized in case a naughty word shows up on your stream.
No, not 3 hours in. Specifically?
Yeah, you got to be past the 3 hour mark before you can say fuck nugget. So
yeah. No, we're at the part where the VTuber clippers and VOD posters stop putting the beep noise on all of the cussing. The poop. Yeah. The Alternator's Wind Charger has been released. Battle Ravage license plate change has been changed from Battle Ravig to Rivig. That's fine. I bet you that back in 2004, we figured out as a community how to make that into an argument.
Yeah.
For at least a day or two. When are we getting Vangelus clippers with hyperactive zoomer editing? I don't know. You're welcome to start. You are all... listen, do whatever... Go for it. Go for it. Don't put slurs in the video or whatever. You know, don't start cutting in...
What about the default text to voice over top of whatever? Like this toy collector...
As long as it's not slurs, and also please kindly don't use JonTron clips with me. I don't want them. I don't want them. But otherwise, go for it. I don't want just the annoying fart noise swear censor. We don't know until we try.
Come on, there is an official TFW censor.
Yeah.
Noise, and it's IDO 11.
Yeah, if you need the IDO 11, I am able to provide the IDO 11 if it is for this context. Gotta load up the Vine Boom machine. Okay. The final news item of 2004. Decepticon Matrix Shopping Spree contest ends today. Ending on a bit of a whiffle. But yeah, we hit... It is the year 2005. And this is the... Oh! I forgot it was this year. The official unveiling of our new mascot, Boombox.
Yeah.
An original creation designed by John Flores, a.k.a. King Starscream. I forgot that was this... Oh.
Mm-hmm.
And then another site redesign. Someone please redo JonTron videos with Vangelus footage. Yeah, flip it. Edit JonTron out and put me in. That's fine. Long was here. I would have been 12 at this point. Oh, wow. So yeah, Aaron, we did it.
Yeah.
We did it just in time. So I feel like I should hold off there. Because this would no longer match the thumbnail if I continued. Cena Nuvo, what's Boombox? Boombox is... Where'd he go? Why?
So if you look at the icon that is the TFW, like the small icon in your web browser, that is Boombox.
Oh, that doesn't show up on the stream. Hang on, can I open the podcast?
The podcasts.
He doesn't show up.
Where it shows up on the boards. Up on the boards proper. It's basically been dropped.
This used to be a country.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me see if I can dig it out of here. This Boombox used to have a whole body and everything. Here we go. It's a freaking...
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Here we go. Because someone made a custom Boombox. Yeah, there's a Boombox. Okay. Here we go. Let me... Oh yeah, there was a bootleg that like had Boombox art on the package or something, or did it actually like...
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. There is a Boombox page on... Yep, right there.
Yeah. So here's the OG Boombox art. I believe that is the John Flores art. But there's more down here. Because I remember someone did this as well. I remember that picture. And there's half of the Boombox face that was that logo that we were using for tons of stuff. The Boombox logo itself, you can only kind of see it partly here that he's standing on it. That sentence makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it is the icon logo for the site on your tab, and it is the logo of the podcast, I think, in things.
Let me pull up my podcatcher here.
Hey, Monday Adams, I am so sorry to hear that you had a pet emergency that went badly. But I hope that...
Yes.
Oh. I hope things are as best as they can be. Aaron, did you find... Is it still the podcast icon?
Yes, it is still the podcast icon.
Okay. Oma Ender, so that's what that face is called. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, there was a Classics Prime...
Yeah, there's like a couple of different robot heroes.
Because this is an animated Prime. That's not it. Ugh. That's an Alex Milne original, too. That's a Milne movie Boombox.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Y. Probably commissioned.
Yeah.
Probably someone was like, hey, Alex, I will pay you money to make this. And Alex was like, all right.
Well, do you want to jump to the...
Yeah, what was that as a preview, let's say? What was that...
So, as a preview, this is the Dreamwave letter sent out to freelancers on January 3rd. Dear valued subcontractor, we at Dreamwave Productions would like to take this opportunity to thank you for all your hard work and dedication to our company. We couldn't have produced the high-quality, exemplary work without you. You will always be a valued member of the Dreamwave team. Some of our best work can be attributed to our outside contract artists. You should be extremely proud of your accomplishments. We have really appreciated the time and effort that you put forth in making Dreamwave a notable publisher. But, after careful consideration and deliberation, we have arrived at the decision that continuing in the publishing market would only further damage Dreamwave Productions financially. And so, as a result, Dreamwave Productions has decided to cease publishing operations. Effective immediately, production on all Dreamwave Productions titles will stop. Invoices for any work produced up to and including today should be forwarded to Dreamwave Productions for assessment. A letter of notification from the receiving company will be sent shortly to advise you on the terms of final payment. Again, thank you. There would have been no Dreamwave Productions without your hard work and dedication. We wish you the best in all of your future endeavors. Sincerely, Human Resources Department, Dreamwave Productions.
They didn't make it more than 73 hours into the year of 2005.
Interestingly, Dreamwave doesn't have a human resources department. There are no records that show Dreamwave has gone into receivership, and this is certainly not the type of legal letter that a company in receivership would send out. Could it be that Dream Engine, mentioned last week, will be the receiving company? And notice the cease publishing operations bit. That still leaves Dreamwave open for other activity. However, the website and phone numbers aren't working. It appears that new Marvel jobs with Pat Lee and the Dreamwave artists, Ghost Pencilers, Inkers, Colorists, were actually signed under the Dream Engine name, meaning all Marvel checks are going to Pat and Roger Lee's new company, not to Dreamwave to pay off debts.
Aaron,
Adam Patke and James McDonough also sent out a letter to afflicted people. Sorry, you were saying?
Can you send me that link in DM so that I can use that for our slideshow?
Yes. I'll put it here, and I'll go there, and I'll go there, and I'll do that. So there you go. There's a copy of it for you, too.
Thank you. Anyway, continue.
Adam Tatke and James McDonough also sent out a letter to the affected people. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing as well as can be expected under the circumstances. As you all probably know from the recent emails, Dreamwave as a company has gone into receivership and is requesting that we resubmit all of our vouchers for the money we are owed by them as freelance contractors. The legal counsel that James and I retained for this matter, Lang Mentioner LLP of Ontario, Canada, has advised us to request that we all attempt to organize and submit our claims together. By doing so, we have a much greater chance of actually getting our money. If we all submit separately, the smaller individual amounts will be paid only after any creditors owed larger sums. If we submit as one large sum instead, it is likely to be placed higher in order of repayment, giving us a much more of a chance of getting our money owed before their assets are completely depleted. Our lawyers could arrange for a small group retainer fee for all of us, allowing us each to pay a smaller amount to ensure that we'll actually get the finances we are owed. Please drop us a line and we can put you in touch with them to get this rolling. Or if you had already retained your own legal counsel, please let us know and we can have our lawyers get in touch with yours to organize things also. Either way, please get in touch as soon as possible so we can try to resolve this matter and hopefully get what is owed to all of us. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Also, if you are aware of any other freelancers who are currently owed money by Dreamwave but are not on this list, please forward them this message. The more of us that are involved, the better our chances of actually seeing a result. Talk to you soon. James Paddock and James McDonald.
I can't get over dear valued subcontractor.
Right, like mail merge existed at this time. You could be like, you know, mail merge this. All right, cool. It'll seem slightly nicer than
could they
hello
not
person on mailing list.
I would have even taken dear valued contractor. It's the subcontractor that just feels like particularly insulting.
Yeah.
Like knowing perhaps some of the people who would have got these letters, it's like, hey, just in case you thought you were worth a rat's ass.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is amazing. Anyway, yeah, I guess one of the storylines of 2005 will be the mystery and then reveal of IDW receiving the Transformers license. Because It's like, this is how CEOs work, but also this is just some scumbag This was some dear valued sub CEO, in my opinion.
Yeah. So interestingly, Comic Book Resources column number 13 is just lying in the gutters, apparently, because I went to the earlier poll, and this is the one that the TFW page was apparently linking. Because this is like the rumors talking about it. So the rumors about Dreamwave going bankrupt have been circling. Certainly there was suspicion and speculation after numerous creators refused payment, and this increased as more prominent creators found themselves unpaid. As for now, Dreamwave's answering machine says that they've closed for the holidays. A lying in the gutters reader popped by the Dreamweave office for a look-see, and although closed, everything looks normal. All furnitures and computers are there, big painting and reception. It's clean, even a Christmas tree is standing. However, I also understand that Pat Lee told Dreamwave employees before the holidays that the company was going into receivership. Everyone's been publicly keeping that under their hat, save for Ben Yee, a consultant to Simon Furman on Beast Wars, and the company's message board has been closed down / hacked. Currently, Pat is working miracles, moving debt, reorganizing, and using some other companies in a McFarlane style to ensure a Dreamwave in some form exists in the new year. A new company created at the beginning of December when Hasbro gave Dreamwave a deadline for license payments. Okay. Amid unconfirmed rumors that Hasbro had already asked Diamond for Dreamwave assets and canceled books. Naturally, the Transformers license has not been renewed. It seems ironic that the very property which enabled Dreamwave to launch independently from Image and take the top-selling comic in the industry spot would be cause of its eventual decline. Is there a Transformer called Nemesis? There should be. It's not unlikely that Devil's Due will grab Transformers, and the likes of DC and Marvel may hoover up the top creators there, but also expect Pat Lee's vision to keep rolling on, with a number of creators owing him much loyalty. It wasn't long ago that Dreamwave were publishing the #1 book in the industry, and it was selling out. However, heavy licensing costs, natural reader wastage. Is that just people just not coming back again? Combined with an inability to transfer that readership to other properties and costs from being a top-heavy company, really, have led to the current position. On Sunday night, John Reber, writer of Transformers vs. G.I. Joe and Killzone, wrote me to add, Dreamwave is apparently preparing to close its offices. A press release is forthcoming, I'm told. Neither Pat nor Roger Lee have confirmed this to me anyway, which could very naturally attributed to the holiday season or just as naturally attributed to any number of less jolly causes. But I can say with absolute certainty that this was a bleak Christmas for at least one freelancer who was assured earlier in the month after your announcement that the McDonough-Paddock lawsuit against Dreamwave, they would be paid on time for the work they had turned in and would subsequently and incredulously turn in. To quote Pat Lee, if there was anything I could tell someone about success, my words would be, life is about balance. We fail as much as we succeed, and to love life as much as possible before it ends. Ultimately, like, you should fail less than you succeed because that's how you advance. Like, failing isn't bad in and of itself, but like, you don't balance the failures and successes because that's not progressing. Right? Like, right?
Well, it depends on your method of failure, too. Speaking from the perspective of, like, failure is beautiful. If failure is the genesis of creation for your process and the way you live your life, then you can have more failures because they will seed the soil for you. But that is the context of the failure. If your failure is, I didn't pay nobody nothing, and then I bought sports cars, then there is nothing good to come from that other than...
Well, that's like one failure and one success then, right?
I guess, so it's a zero sum. Yeah.
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 Okay.
Well, Aaron, now that we reached the end of 2004 with all of its various calamities and abused artists and deranged filmmakers, how'd you feel about 2004?
Definitely a year of hitting solid walls unexpectedly, and then retroactively going, "Oh yeah, that was a big concrete wall sitting right there, wasn't it?"
Yeah. Oh, Mistake Boy, did you not? Were you here to see the beautiful line? Here, let me show you the beautiful line. Hang on, you have to see this. I can't get over this freaking line. With but a dream right above it. Here you go. This is a letter telling someone that the company that is not paying them is now also shutting down and that it's great.
Yeah.
Dear valued subcontractor. These were for unpaid freelancers back in the end of 2000, or the beginning, I guess, of 2005.
Yes.
But yeah, what a line to open a letter with. Anyway, yeah, Aaron, yeah, it was whew, like seeing reliving the 3H crash out was wild. Even though I knew it was going to happen, it still was a lot more than I expected. I'm still getting over the death of Ronald Reagan jump scare. I'm still getting over the quote, the toys are still on the way from the Orient jump scare. I'm still getting over.
I'm trying to think of what our bullet points for our upcoming panel at TFCon LA are.
3H crash out. Like, for sure.
Yeah, 3H crash out. Well, that may even be the crash outs.
We could split. I think it's funnier if we split them up.
Yeah. Well, like bullet point the crash outs, sub bullet point 3H.
Mistake Boy, that was from a couple streams ago. There was 3H, the company that was crashing out, had failed to deliver on a toy exclusive, and the communication that they sent was, quote, "It's taking a long time for the toys to make their way from the Orient to Chicago," which made me make a loud noise.
They were totally going to be at the convention, and then the shipping just missed it.
No, Cena Nova's got it.
But
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, but the packaging are coming after we design it and have it printed. Next week, probably, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's. I think it's funnier if it is just the first bullet point, the 3H crash out, because everyone will know that, right?
Yeah.
And then we move on to the Dreamwave crash out. Then we move on to the Ronald Reagan crash out, because that's one way to describe it.
See, if you've got it, so if we're doing it right, everybody here is getting to see a live version of how we do these things. The third crash out, then you have your clip.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's perfect. Because we'll call that a crash out, and then like fourth bullet point, deranged Don Murphy movie posting, and then fifth bullet point, the sad passing of Christopher Reeve.
Yes.
No, I want Reagan in the middle so that we can then like do the whip around of like the respectful, the very respectfully written acknowledgement of the passing of Christopher Reeve.
Yeah.
The load-bearing Sentinel Max. Yeah, Alexis Silver. The Sentinel Maximus, who just cruised through all this nonsense. Oh, man.
And we have to have strong reminders for ourselves that all of that after the 3H crash out was on the Transformers.com page, not emails that went out to people. You went to Transformers.com and it said, man, 3H really put their dick in it.
And the only reason I'm really hung up on it is because in 04, they had that website on the packaging of toys they were selling. That's the part that is just blowing my mind. It's just a kid would have gotten a toy and maybe said, "Hey, Mom, I want to go to Transformers.com," and be greeted with Hasbro is filing suit and against breach of contract suit against 3H Productions for etc. 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 Kids like, "Mom, what's a breach of contract?"
I mean, the 03 plate update in 04 is just like a.
That's pretty good too.
That's pretty good. That's like the like post dessert little like
the aperitif
or the aperitif.
Yeah.
It's not a dessert that's actually like filling or anything. It's just like that last little like.
It's like you have a mint,
like
you know,
like clear everything out.
Oh wow. Yeah. Because 2003 was, we opened with the 88 miles per hour crash out, and then we have the era of.
Man, 88 miles per hour just completely skipped my
now
brain.
you see how we forgot that they existed.
Yeah. and we've done this recently. Yeah.
Yeah, the stuff reading it within a year. If they hadn't popped up to remind us that they claimed they were going to do a second book once, I would have forgot they existed by the end of this. Nova, I can't believe how much happened in 1 year. Sometimes you have to remind yourself 365 days is a pretty long time. Yeah, that too. Because holy moly. This was wilder than 03. 03 had Orson's World, which was pretty fun. And it's like, in lieu of Orson's World, we just got so much nonsense. And like, so what was 05? I mean, 05 is going to be the journey of the first FunPub BotCon and the arrival of IDW gaining the license. But like, I'm probably excited, and
we're probably also going to have just a ton of movie run-up stuff, because we're just starting with John Murphy with all of his like verbal diarrhea.
I'm excited and a little scared that like the manic thread leading into 05 is going to be the aftermath of Dreamwave and the continued postings of Don Murphy and I guess sometimes John Rogers. All is bonkers. I'm so happy we were able to experience all of that. And I'm looking forward to experiencing 2005. Hopefully y'all watching, by the way, are enjoying this, and as was the goal, like, you know, over a year ago, you are getting to see what the pre-2007 version of the Transformers fandom looked like. The version where we didn't have, you know, the heavy weight of the live-action movie that had done very well. Where instead what you witnessed in the fandom was just all this bonkers-ass nonsense. And that was it. It was that and watching Energon. Like, yeah. Aaron, thank you for joining me on that last leg of that journey. You are traveling on Monday. What are you looking for? Because you're doing Disney stuff, right?
Yeah, so in 2020, I think I've told this a couple times here already. In 2020, Alfie and I were going to make a trip to Disney, and I bought tickets through the Tickets at Work thing where they were discounting Disney tickets, and then the pandemic happened, and I couldn't get refunds on those tickets, which was a real kick in the dick. And so we'd kind of been talking about wanting to go back, or wanting to go to schedule it again. And then with TFCon LA being in LA, we were like, hey, let's go ahead and do this. So we're going to be there for 3 days at Disney proper, coming in on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We'll be at the parks.
Yeah. TJ is going to be there too, I believe. TJ is still in the chat.
Mirai Baby, who lived there at the time in 2020, was going to be our little tour guide and all excited. And then when I started talking about this, she said, "Yeah, I'm in." Before I'd said much more than we're thinking about going to Disney again. So she'll be there. And then TJ and Bees are going to be coming into the park on Thursday. We're going to do all the Star Wars stuff, make lightsabers and droids.
Star Wars at Disney!
And drink different colored milks, and whatever it is else we do at the Star Wars land there. And then Friday we're looking at hitting Little Tokyo potentially. And then, Friday afternoon, Saturday, and Sunday at the convention proper.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing the schedule.
Eventually, it's got to come out. Like, hopefully in the next week it'll be out, right?
Otherwise, I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. I mostly feel bad for TJ because TJ, you have a Welker ticket, right? What?
Oh,
What? The schedule just went up? What?
went
Okay.
up.
Excuse me. Hang on. Let's go take a look. Hang on.
Where? It's not on TFW.
Was Colin waiting for us to cross over to like finish the year 2004 so he could properly say we're going to do the panel right?
So we're going to do the panel, I'm sure, and then he's going to say, "Oh, why haven't you said anything about it?" And we'll be like, "Hey, it's been listed everywhere." Scheduled.
Okay, so my stuff. My collector de-stressing panel is 7 p.m. Friday. So TJ, that's not when a Cullen or a Welker lineup is happening, right? Also, what live TTRPG? I did not know about that. That sounds interesting.
I didn't either. Yeah.
And History of GoBots with Sarracini sounds pretty. Man, I want to watch the panel after mine.
No, that's the panel at the same time as yours.
What?
Dueling panels.
In the same room.
Uh-huh.
All right, here's the thing. I know we all love Jim, right? I know that we're all, Jim's Renson, funny hat, really cool. But we know where our loyalties truly lie, correct? So,
with the live TTRPG session that's before your oh no wait.
Okay, they have to have planned around the TTRPG thing being 1 hour though.
I'd hope so.
Yeah, there is one panel.
Yeah.
So anyway, clearly it's going to be who can tie up who first. So I can rely on everyone going to TFCon LA, right? To help me, as friends, in a jesting way, tie up Jim Sorensen. Because love the GoBots, but de-stressing, way more important for your actual health. Right? Right. Okay, where's the other panels I'm looking for?
Sunday at 12 is Reflecting on the News.
Okay, that's us. And then I am on the panel right afterwards as well. Well, that's easy. Okay. That's straightforward.
So Saturday we can just, like...
hang out.
Hang out, stay in the game room the whole time.
Wait, where's Kian's panels,
Commander.
though? Kian has panels, and I want to see his panels. Are they all on Sunday as well? Is there any happening here? Oh, TCG panel, 9 a.m. I'm so sorry. That happened last time. So yeah, TCG panel. I want to attend that because I want to be there in case I can offer any print and play advice. Here we go. Okay. This is important. 5 p.m. panel on Saturday with deleted scenes with Eric Siebenahler and Marty Eisenberg. That is a Kian panel. That will be worth it. Kian has been making more deleted scenes. Is what I believe that is. So check that out. It might be this one. This might be the other Kian panel. The Kian panels are super worth it. I want to see his yeah, listen. If I'm coming to LA, right? And Kian Carlisle's going to be in LA, I not only want to see his panels, I am owed a big gargling view of his panels. All right? And if Kian thinks he can hide his panels from me, he's got another thing coming. Yeah, I want to see his goddamn panels. Ross goes, wherever things can fit. So yeah, Saturday. Okay, Saturday. I want to be there for the morning. I have, by the way, nothing against guest Q&A panels. It's just that, like, I spent so many hours in the 2000s and 2010s watching them that in a lot of cases...
How do I get into voice acting?
Well, yeah. But in a lot of cases, I'd like to have the seat be open to someone else, in case it's crowded. But also, it is a great time for me to do other things. I've just seen so many Q&A panels. I like them, but now I tend to hear about great anecdotes from them afterwards.
Yeah. Can you do your character in the drive-thru where he he wants a large Coke but no ice, but then they give him a large Sprite but extra ice, and then you think it's the wrong drink, but that guy thinks it's the right drink, and then you got to show him that it's not the drink that you wanted, and then he realizes that it's not your drink, and then you wanted a price to okay, bye.
And can you also do it while singing Anything You Can Do, I Can Do Better? That happened once, if I recall correctly. How was it to work with insert Legends name here? Yeah. How was it work to work
you could
beneath?
Just say Chris Latta.
Sky, do you know if TJ Alpha and TJ Zeta will also be at the con? It depends if TJ Omega packs them along. I know that folding up TJ Alpha and TJ Zeta can be a little bit sticky, if not a little bit meaty.
I actually found clothes roll-up vacuum bags, so you can like get all the air out of it.
Okay.
You compress a little bit.
Oh, Cypher, I misremembered. Okay, the Anything You Could Do was from a script reading. It wasn't... Okay. I misremembered that. No. Sorry. No, that's from BalCon 2011. I'm thinking of one that Venus Terzo had to do at a panel. So I think that was a Q&A thing. Because it was Venus Terzo was doing it. So we're thinking of two different things that reference the same thing. Okay, so yeah, okay. I remember now. T-Fan page, am I gonna go to the Toy Fair with my big frothy girth panel? I wish I could fit it onto my table, because I'd love to sell copies of it. Okay, TJ says, TJ Alpha's out of the country right now. TJ Zeta has not been seen in 7 months. We presume he doesn't want to be found. I mean, if they are both, Florida TJs, who are only under the guidance but not the control of TJ Omega, then yeah, these things can just happen. But yeah, if you're going to TFCon, please, at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m., help me tie up Jim Sorensen and then watch a panel about de-stressing your collector distress. Check out the Keyan panels wherever they are. Check out the TCG panel wherever that in the morning on Saturday if you can. It's going to be informational. But then, also, be sure to check out at noon on Sunday. What a great time, by the way. Panel with me and Aaron talking about the news of 2004. And then right afterwards, a panel with some Transformers YouTubers, which will include Jobby the Hong, Keyan Carlisle, Paper Plane, Toy Guy, TJ Omega, myself. It's going to be the usual, like, we have a little plan. That panel will be worth coming by if you're very YouTube-coded. So that should be interesting. And then, yeah. I think this is the other... Oh, it says right here, hosted by Keyan Carlisle. Look at that. It's as though it's written on the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Other panels are obviously well worth checking out as well. If we can free Jim Sorensen and just, like, put him in a room and give him enough wiggle room to operate his, slides, I would like to see his History of the GoBots panel. Yeah, Cypher, yeah, the panels I am doing are, in fact, on Friday and Sunday. I'll have them, unless something wrong happens, I'll have them posted up on YouTube after the fact, on my channel. The YouTuber one, that usually we pass around or something, but I don't know where that's going. But, wait, Keyan got out of Vangelus' basement. Okay, so I didn't let on... Like, Keyan got out of the basement really fast. It's just that he left a lot of things behind, and so really I feel like the one who won there. Yeah, it is collector distress. It is de-stressing the collector distress. Because I figure 2025 is probably especially a year where it would be good if your hobbies are not very stressful. Because, to editorialize slightly, I think that the world is a little stressful this year. Now, I don't know if that's a hot take. Aaron, how many times did I ask you and Graham about whether my plane will crash?
Many. I've had other people also ask about odds of planes crashing, and it's the same odds as before.
Mm-hmm.
It's the unfortunate thing is that as I get this momentum up for the 30 or so people that are still watching, Yes, the accident in Washington, D.C. is a tragic accident. It is first time in over a decade for commercial loss of life in the United States in aviation. Unfortunately, that specific airspace is a very overcrowded airspace at a very busy airport with a river that is part of the flight path. And the most likely reason why that happened was the helicopter was trying to maintain an altitude based off of radio altimeter, which it like shoots like radar downwards, and it measures the time it takes to come back up, and that works great over land, not so great over water. So they were higher than they likely thought that they were, and the call-outs from the tower telling them, hey, you've got traffic inbound, you need to be looking in this specific location. Actually, if you draw a line, it was the incident aircraft was a little bit further off from that, and there was an aircraft much further away. It was nighttime. You see lights. It's kind of hard to tell what 2 miles is versus 5 miles is with a bright light in the sky. And then finally, the last bit of the Swiss cheese that lined up for them was the specific little bit that might have helped in the last couple of moments. That radio transmission was stepped on by somebody else speaking. And unfortunately, with the way that systems like that work, when 2 people are saying the same thing at the same time, only one of them gets through. So in safety stuff, and specifically aviation safety, there's something that we call the Swiss cheese effect. If you imagine any potential accident is like a piece of Swiss cheese and a bunch of holes in it. You take multiple pieces of Swiss cheese and line them up, and hopefully the holes in that Swiss cheese don't line up. Unfortunately, in that incident, it did.
Yeah.
So then, after a big event like that, well, now this has happened. Anything adjacent to that is now going to get a bunch of extra publicity.
And there's poor timing with the gutting of various agencies happening around about the same time. What I do want to say is definitely be cautious and keep your eyes on the news in general for the sake of your information. But right now in March, as someone who bothered friends in aeronautics a lot about this and looked into the crash, because the flipped, as Timu was saying, and I saying, felt bad. After the last time I said planes were safe, the very next time I bothered to watch news, there was a plane upside down. And it's like, the upside down plane happened here. And I can say that was the weather, and that was extremely poor coincidence.
Yes.
And there are a lot of extremely poor coincidences happening, while also key agencies are being gutted in a way that could, in this calendar year, result in potentially more dangers. But that hasn't manifested yet. However, because of the sort of vortex of bullshit that erupts out of that group of people, for whatever reason, that's kind of the funny way to put it. A lot of bad stuff coincidentally all happened, while a lot of bad stuff was also definitely happening. But in terms of traveling to LA, I have been assured by a lot of people that nothing mathematically has changed. And also I was told by some LA locals that of all the states to fly to, California is probably one of the better ones to have been flying to, especially with a direct flight from Toronto for various reasons. I'm still a little bit unsure about my ability to make it to TFCon Chicago, which I really would like to. I have to keep an eye on the news, as aforementioned. I also liked Scorp saying if only we could travel fast on land in like a really, really long car. Sure would be neat if there was this thing called high-speed rail, but no one's invented it yet. And
I've got a whole other thing. I would love high-speed rail, but unfortunately with the... It requires a certain density that only really the East Coast, a part of the West Coast, a stretch in Canada, and maybe a bit in Florida have.
And also, if anyone started building it now, wait until someone else can fix whatever is built now.
Yeah.
Because, I like for Chicago, I have considered like, well, maybe a bus, but also I have ridden the Mega Bus and the Greyhound many times. Those are physically distressing to ride on for great distances. If anyone has never done it, it's not like the end of the world, but it is not comfortable travel, and especially if you're using one of those buses to zip over somewhere for a weekend and zip back, you will be in pain for that weekend, and then you will be immobile when you get home, most probably. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what you need to do is do TFCon Chicago in Toronto. But yeah, the flight stuff, like I do feel it is worth just repeating once. That it is important to bear in mind the just the simple matter of whether coincidences occurred, but also to not use that to dismiss the notion that the gutting of agencies has no effect on anything. It's just that the effect has not happened yet, if it is going to have happened. And keep an eye on stuff. And also take action if you can. See if people are demonstrating in your area if you're in the States. By the way, stock up on dry food if you can. I would recommend. Oh, and I asked an LA local about the water quality the other day. I have been assured by someone, an LA local, but California area local. I've been assured that the area that I will be going to, the water will be safe. So that was nice to hear as well. All things that I feel really bad asking Americans about. But also, most of the Americans I have asked have just nodded.
Talking about unsafe, man.
No, not nobody's talking about unsafe water. It's mostly that the moment that what's his face, brain rot man, the Robert the Worm.
Yeah, I was gonna have to say you have to be a little bit tighter with brain rot man.
The moment Robert the Worm got in proximity of agencies relating to food, I have immediately had worries that, like, am I going to pick up mealworms from a steak or something? But yeah, I have been told, especially, I think basically California locals have been very quick to tell me that, like, especially that state is more likely to autonomously try to solve a lot of problems should they occur or arise, and that none of them have arisen yet.
Yes. Also, I believe every state controls their water quality stuff. Mm-hmm. All of it based off of what the EPA would have said. But like, I live in Indiana, and my experience with municipal water systems is in the state of Indiana. The state of Indiana's guidelines are based off of what the EPA says, plus or minus a little bit. So that's like, in that instance, very specifically, there have been like 3 people in the state and local subreddits that have been like, have you heard about Indiana water and how it has chlorine in it? It's like, yes, it's a standard disinfectant that's in virtually every water system in the world, even those that use a bunch of other fancy stuff, because you can put a little bit of chlorine in the water.
I like the smell.
And it keeps it clean for a long time. And that's about it. And if you don't like the smell or taste of chlorine in your water, which is an in-service user, you shouldn't really be getting much of it. You can just leave it in an open container for a little bit.
I'm talking about the tasty water in swimming pools. That's the good stuff.
That's an entirely different thing.
The tasty, chewy water. That's the good stuff.
Yeah, no. And it's upsetting to me because I was in that world while I was in civil engineering, and I mean, that's what Dad did forever, and very proudly took care of the water system in this town.
Water.
and having people like slag on it kind of became a little triggering item for me when somebody was like, "No, you gotta reverse osmosis filter it and then UV it, and then no, you don't. You don't need to spend
also I'm
$30 for the 5-gallon thing at Walmart or whatever."
I'm talking about California water, not Indiana water, just to clarify.
I know. I know, but it's like you're aiming near something to say recent.
But that dirty Indiana water.
I will put you in the ground. I know where you live.
When I'm like, I'm worried about going to TFCon LA because of the Indiana water.
I'll tell upstairs Ian he needs to buzz me in. You can't even keep me out of that building.
Why wouldn't you want me to buzz you in? What's wrong with me?
Well, because I'm coming to end you. I'm saying, like, you'd probably be like, hey, Aaron's here to kill me because I repeatedly said stupid things. Maybe I'll keep him out, and I'll be like, yo, Ian.
Remember to send your questions about Indiana water.
Make the door noisy for a moment, and I'll take care of some problems for both. What?
Remember to send all your questions about Indiana water to x.com/AKSMTH.
Yeah.
Because we don't use that anymore, so it doesn't matter. Let's see. Oh, hang on, there's a guest schedule I didn't look at. So this shouldn't be a problem for something I was thinking of, but I just realized it might be a problem for something else. Is he going to be at the bottom?
All of those look to be TBA, except for the ones that are like, yeah, I'll sign anything. Just put it in front of me and I'll sign it.
Autographs free! Autographs free! Where's the Welker schedule? Oh, here it is. Oh, TBA. Okay, well.
Yeah. Probably as they keep announcing more and more people, they're trying to... I figure they have just some, like, whiteboard with approximate sizes and index cards of how they're going to jam everybody in there.
Does anyone know if Jim Sorensen is on Blue Sky yet? Because I want to send him funny messages about our panels fighting, but I don't remember if he's on Blue Sky. And I don't want to use Facebook Messenger anymore. Someone tell Jim Sorensen.
There's 3 Jim Sorensen Blue Sky socials.
That's too many.
One of them retweeted TFCon Jim Sorensen as a guest, so I assume Jim Sorensen.bluesky.social is him.
What if that's just a super fan?
Maybe. Could be. I don't know anymore, man. I'm tired, boss.
Aaron, would you? I'm happy to let you off the hook to prepare for your...
it was more just the coffee, the Green Mile.
McFeely's following him. What if McFeely is just really into fans of Jim Sorensen? Did you see, Aaron, by the way, RoboSend is going to be there?
I didn't, but they've been at the last few shows.
Yeah, they were announced on socials specifically. RoboSend will be attending, and I'm like, I wonder if...
What else do they have to show off? They got...
Yeah. I wonder if the cool guy is going to be there.
I was just trying to think, like, hey, are they going to show off like a Bumblebee, maybe, or maybe an Optimus Primal? But that'd be still like have pop out pad like flip over, the chest goes blow up. That could be cool.
Yeah, if they reveal like an Optimus Primal robot.
Yeah.
Their stuff is fun to watch in person at a table.
Yeah. It's killed me. Recently, I got fed like 2 or 3 different influencer style people that were losing their mind over the RoboSend stuff.
Yeah.
And how great it is to have all of these. And I'm like, man, that's a lot of money of kind of one-trick ponies, and it's neat to have seen for sure.
My favorite part of those I have lots of RoboSend influencers is when they try to put all 3 of them onto one little coffee table, and demonstrably, because of a camera cut you can see, one of them swatted one of the other ones off the table, usually Megatron. Because they are... Those things require a colossal amount of space.
And it's like Megatron and Grimlock transform facing forward, but Optimus Prime transforms facing backwards.
They always have to manually turn the Optimus around.
Like, look at how cool this is. Shift. They're looking right at each other. Oh, this is so good. You could see them fight like it was the cartoon. And then they say the fight phrases, and they're just like dancing on a glass table by themselves.
Well, remember, you can rub Megatron's ass.
Yeah.
And he says, ah!
But you do it 4 times, and he says, oh.
Yeah. But no, they're neat to see in person. I would never want to own one unless I already owned a giant house, and by that point, I probably wouldn't want to own one because I'd want other toys.
I'll say I have a not giant house, but I've got a good-sized house at this point in my life. I'd really like to see somebody else's in person and mess with them, and then go, yeah, glad it's not me.
Well, you can at TFCon LA. When you do, if there is an older guy at the table, be sure to mention, hey, these toys look pretty funny. I think you get a great conversation going.
Man, again, TFCon LA is going to be after like a day of travel, 3 days of Disney, a day of other stuff around LA, and then into that. It may just be I show up, I do like a lap and a half of the dealer room, I sit in the essential panels, and then just sleep, maybe?
Poor deactivated air. We just got to get some coffee in you.
Yeah.
But yeah, RoboSend stuff, if you get to see it in person, super neat stuff. It takes up more space than a board game. Unless you don't mind your $1,000 thing flipping off of a table and going headfirst into the floor when it is not built to do that. But what else is there? Hopefully 3.0 will be there. I'd like to see some of that MDLX stuff. And I want to catch up with the fun 3.0 folks. They're always nice to talk to. Yeah, it should be pretty fun. I do think a lot of people should probably... It's just specifically, if you see like an older guy at the RoboSend table who's kind of got gray hair, maybe he's a little bit tanned, a little bit red, orange, kissed by the sun. Definitely, like, just, have some conversations. They're going to be so fruitful. Scorp, I liked seeing the RoboSend table folks having to plug the figures into a wall outlet every so often. Yeah. I still like that time someone had a RoboSend Prime out, and then the Jada motorized Prime friggin' walked up and won the battle by not falling over on the carpet. I thought that was pretty cool. I'm curious. I wonder if how they are dividing up some of these Q&As. It's by show, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, so it is happening. This is what I was wondering. The Transformers Prime Writers Q&A, right? I hope Greg Wiseman... I've been told he does have this sense, but Greg Wiseman's going to need to have a very good sense of how to handle a panel, I think, because this Transformers Prime Q&A has a good chance of just being a Gargoyles Q&A, has a good chance of just being a Young Justice Q&A. But he has 2 panelist friends who are going to be up there with him. They got to plan a little bit, I think. Alright. Oh, by the way, do check out the TCG stuff if you are there and interested. If you're one of the first 1,000 registrants who pick up your stuff, you are going to get a pack of cards called the TFCon pack. If you want to know more about that, check out the Vox shredding that I will have going up sometime in the next 12 hours or so.
Or if you're a Patreon, it's live now.
Correct. Because I haven't made the thumbnail yet, but I wanted to get it up there. I wanted to accomplish something this month, damn it, and I did.
We did this. Is this not
too.
An accomplishment?
No, I'm just it's the self-loathing speaking. It's like
I know.
I want to accomplish something.
I'm telling you to quit. And I'm telling you to quit talking shit about yourself.
It's like you did.
Because I don't like people that talk bad about my friends.
You streamed like 6 or 7 times, and you completed the news dive. I'm like, yeah, but I didn't do this. Oh, what a failure! That's the worst part of the brain rot. Is the, like, look at pile of accomplishments and then look at the, like, one thing I didn't do and go, like, month's been failed.
Yeah.
It's stupid. Thumbnails Vangelus' face on Yugi Moto with the TCG cards. But yeah, this week had multiple streams, and I had a lot of fun. I was curious how I would feel doing multiple streams, and I didn't really feel all that bad. I didn't really feel all that stressed out. And we had Lion for a stream for a box shredding. First time I think I had someone on for an entire box shred stream as a call-in. I was wanting to experiment with that because that means that's another avenue to just do some collaboration as well. I really like having lots of voices on because I think that's something that can be done with a YouTube platform in a fun, fruitful way. Expose other people to other folks. Now you can all go and like and subscribe Aaron.
Yeah, you could, I guess.
By going to his Extra Life page, which you can see in the chat almost coming up. It's on the way. Coming on in there. There, right there in the chat. You can click on that link and donate to his Extra Life page. If Aaron raises... we're on the same Extra Life team, so you can check out the team too. But if Aaron hits a certain threshold, or the team hits a certain threshold, Aaron will force himself to film himself, well, stream, record, something, in a recorded medium, watching some Dahir Insat, and Aaron, with Aaron's vocation, does not have fun doing that, and in fact gets genuinely angry watching that stuff. So he will not do it for fun.
There's a new one that I shouldn't watch until something like this comes up.
Yeah.
Which I don't know how I feel about that in either direction.
And a lot of people, right, they'll watch Dahir Insat, you can tell. They're like, oh, well, this doesn't make any sense. Right? You know, they're doing it as a reaction. They're hate watching. Aaron would be genuine anger. Valuable stuff.
So Lee Kalba, Dahir Inshat is it's supposedly an engineering firm or a like a concepts firm. Chris, I'm going to ask you to go pull up the earthquake bed.
I'm working on it. It's the first autocomplete.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I've got a little bit of a lag here between the video, what you all are seeing, and what Chris has.
This will take just a sec to set up here.
Okay. So it's a little bit like 30-minute crafts, but for engineering, but so much worse. Because at least like 30 minutes crafts is like, well, this is kind of silly at the end. You know, I can save myself 47 cents by spending $200 in giant flower pots, sand, and aluminum. But yeah, earthquake bed.
Okay, here we go.
So
I'm gonna mute it because I don't think there's any relevant sound.
When there's an earthquake, first off, like, look at the aesthetics of this bed. Like that. Okay, well, now you hit play. We're definitely lagging here between what did I hit live or not? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh! Look at this totally normal looking bed where you're on a 3-foot plinth, and then there's an earthquake, and then it just like slurps you into this hell box coffin thing.
I forgot how fast it is.
That underneath it, you know, again, I've been on beds that have maybe like a high top to it. You know, the gull wing one, like, the fuck is that? Like, who in their bed?
Don't worry, you got gas masks under your bed. It's fine.
Has gull wing stuff. Like the sliders down. Maybe okay, but this? Yeah.
There we go.
Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, like, just even before it becomes this hell device, it's not a good bed. Like, just by default, you know. Because
you're on a metal box.
Because you're on, not even just that you're on a metal box, that you're, you know, that is 4 foot or so up in the air, 5 foot up in the air. You know, the first one of those shows a step for you. to get up onto the bed. And that's cool when you're a kid and it's bunk beds. And, like, you got a little desk underneath your bed, or maybe that's where your little sister's bed is. That's okay. You know, the small dog that we had that had mobility issues, we had stairs to get him up into the bed.
The caterpillar treads.
And that's what you want for a human bed for you every day. That's not what works. Then you get into, okay, now I've got this bed that I've determined I'm so afraid of earthquakes and of the shoddy construction of what looks like a relatively new 5-story building, which, if you're in such a place as earthquakes are this serious of an issue, and you live in a new 5-story building that is going to turn into just graham cracker crumbles, maybe you shouldn't live in that building. But you've decided that you're going to live in this building that you foresee is going to crumble like graham crackers. And you're happy with the idea of living on a bed that you need a stepladder to get into reliably. Now you're taking this building that you're sure is going to collapse because it's made out of like paper mache, and you're going to put what is probably about I'll be nice and say you're building it out of aluminum and not steel, and that's probably in the 1,000 to 1,500 pound range, and then you have another 500 pounds of supplies underneath it because you got a bunch of water, you got gas masks, you got first aid kits, because you're going to have something other than a massive crushing injury when the giant lid comes down on you in there, which is not going to be great for the structural loads of this building in the first place. So you're only actually making it worse. But somehow you survive in this metal coffin after all of that happens. Now you have to live in there on those supplies for the week to month it's going to take any sort of rescue to come along, because if you've got 4 stories worth of rubble on top of you, odds are your cell phone or CB radio, probably trucker CB radio for all the technology of it, that's going to be in there saying, you know, breaker 19, can I get somebody out here with an excavator to get me out of it? And that's just like what I'm seeing right now again with these videos.
I need to call out some good ones here. Alexis Silver saying, imagine moving into a new construction condo and the earthquake bed comes standard and no one tells you.
Yeah.
And then Wave sign, but what if they put a quadcopter on the hell bed?
No, that's a different set of videos that you have to pay into my extra life. I did see as my rant was starting and the hatred was building, I am on Blue Sky as AKSMTH. Yeah.
I also like the idea that this bed will always work perfectly and not just half drop you in before the caterpillar tracks slice through your body.
Yes. You know, and again, all of this is assuming that this bed works as advertised.
What if it doesn't suck you down and then just slams a lid onto your body?
You know, you look at a couple of these, you know, at least the Gullwing one, it's not dropping you down into something. But all the others have like a queen-size bed getting slurped into something twin-sized. So I assume if you've got a queen-size bed, there's 2 people. So the one with like the cathedral roof on it, it's taking a queen-size bed that could be 2 people and a small pet that like slurps you down into something that's twin-size, you know. Like, you've now got a mattress in there, 2 people in there, and you're expected to get to the stuff that's underneath it. Like, you've got to do some fucking burrito wizardry in order to get to your essential supplies underneath there. And then, furthermore, you now have 2 people with a thick foam mattress that you've had to fight your way to get it turned around because you're inside of this thing. And you've gotten to your water and your food. Well, what happens after you've had food and water for a few days? You can only hold it for so long. So now you've got food, water, and feces, the 3 Fs. Or the 2 Fs and a W, I
One
guess.
of them just becomes the third F eventually.
Yeah. All in this hell box, which it did not save your life. It only made it horrible. And
I need to call out a few of these. My buddy Sky, my buddy Dave from New York had one of these. I haven't heard from him in a while.
yeah.
Wave sign. Oh no, there's another video that shows it has sensors to detect if the closure will be obstructed, because those will always work.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's not like you have sheets or pillows what might obstruct sensors.
Sky, if it were me, I would simply stop the earthquake with my hands. No bed required. Mistake.
That is a Dihar Insat design ideal.
Simply shake in the opposite direction, and you'll stop the earthquake. Mistake Boy, the one who sleeps in the earthquake protection bed is a fool every night but one. That is an ancient proverb. I do remember that one.
How to rescue? I mean, they wouldn't necessarily like. Okay, I'm going to look at the logic of, and we're building one of these. I don't know that I would necessarily have any sort of like locking mechanism, because it's about protection. So I would have it maybe seal such that if stuff rolled, it would remain closed, but no sort of locking mechanism. So any sort of like prying, peeling sort of thing would easily open it.
Did Aaron, amidst all that, did you address the notion that if you're on like the 9th floor of one of these graham cracker built condo buildings and you're in a giant metal bed that turns into a box?
Well, then you want to be in the one with the cathedral ceiling where it's a twin mattress or a queen size mattress going into a twin mattress, because then you're totally surrounded by your mattress.
Because you're about to go for a long tumbling fall in your giant death box.
Oh yeah.
And probably kill everyone that's below you. As this giant metal box comes plummeting through the ceiling of all subsequent floors. What if there's 2 of these and they land on each other? What happens? Just one?
Yeah.
Do they just bounce off? Or just
yeah. That's where it's. Like I said, I'd make it rigid enough that you're not getting collapsed to death. But then, like this one with the clamshell top, it already shows like a significant 3/4 enclosure around it. Like if you just, I know that you're loving just the loop of this for Aaron's sanity's sake, but like kick to the end of that one, and it shows
the blue one.
Like I think so. It's the last one before it all starts over again.
Okay.
It shows like a decent.
This one?
Yeah, that one right there. Yeah, like before it turns into like the Hell Vault, like that's a decent enclosure. If all of that was semi-rigid, reinforced, like if you've already got this big structure there, like that wouldn't be a bad, unsafe thing. If you had some sort of structure around it. But again, this rolls through the whole. And you're in a relatively new construction graham cracker building that then you're putting a massive, heavy dead weight load into it.
I was just going to say, number one, Chris Mews asking, what happens if it's triggered as you're getting out of bed? And yeah, that'd be pretty funny, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Also, I was just looking...
What happens if you're getting it on in bed? Like,
you both get yanked inside?
Where is this earthquake sensor at? Is it proximal to the bed? Is this something that there's like a central like earthquake warning center that says, hey, there's an earthquake in this area, let's slurp all the slurping devices? Is it something in a per building status where it's like, oh, these general fault detection things have noticed that this building is collapsing. I'd better slurp all the residents now.
There's also appears to just be mattress material on the wall on the left side of this cubicle thing.
Yeah.
So then, is this cubicle not just a better version of the earthquake bed?
Exactly.
Because it's a room?
Yeah, I think if you go a little bit past it, because that's the rollover one. That's the garage door one.
Yeah, that's the thing. I thought that mattress stuff was the lid, but it doesn't serve any purpose.
No, that's the garage door one.
Yeah. Jeez, did you see that? When the goes down, there's a bounce on the landing.
Yeah.
Like they factored in that would probably give you whiplash.
Yeah. That way, because everybody, when they're suddenly dropped while in a sleep state, also doesn't go and like would throw an arm up to then get like guillotine. So that's why you need the like 4 boxes of first aid, whatever, underneath this, because you need to like pack the stump hole because you reacted oddly due to your bed suddenly disappearing.
Sorry, I'm having
You're getting
fun.
all of it. You're getting all this for free. I don't see any donations coming in on my Afterlife page.
I'm having fun doing this. This is what it would probably do after about 2 years of existing. It's just you try to go to sleep and it's just doing this all night.
Yeah. Like I guess one $5 donation did come in. Thank you.
Hooray!
Send a thank you. They're anonymous. I can't send a thank you.
I also saw someone, what if it triggers while you're sitting, and I like the idea of you just getting matchbook folded by your own earthquake bed as you're in the middle of a yawn. It's like, oh, it's like, wham.
Yeah.
Your head goes through your pelvis. And
Long was here. Aaron, that would be a final destination moment where your partner could get killed by this bed. Yeah, and imagine how great that'd be. You're in the queen size that slurps into the twin size hole, and your partner starts to sit up right as the guillotine lid comes across. Now you're left in this death hole with your beheaded partner
screaming inside the death box.
Yeah. Hope there's a heating source in there, and maybe you can use them for food for a little bit and don't have to get into your freeze-dried vittles underneath.
Sorry, I'm really getting into the zone here.
Yeah.
No, Sideswipe Prime, don't worry. This is just a preview. We're doing this to sell the fact Aaron will be watching a brand new one of these to him if we hit a certain milestone in Extra Life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there. Donate there. I think I may even turn it back some. If I get my goal of 1,500, I'll make a goal at 1,500 and have the milestone of Aaron live streams Dahar InShot with madness and pain and alcohol.
I believe it that we can do it. I think it's possible. Well, Aaron, thanks for subjecting yourself to the earthquake bed.
Hey, you're welcome.
It'll be worth it for the kids.
Yeah. $5 for the kids. There should be more money than that, but hey.
Well, if I don't talk to you before Monday, have a good trip.
Yeah.
And I'll see you there Thursday night.
Hopefully, be an easy flight. Indianapolis is a great airport to fly out of.
Mm-hmm.
It's generally like 30 minutes from hitting the front door to getting through TSA. So.
Yeah, Lee. Aaron getting angry is Aaron. How do you put it? Tersely unleashing knowledge.
I have different angries. This is not necessarily angry, really. This is like dismayed and disappointed in the general state of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Angry Aaron only shows up on like construction sites when somebody runs over stuff for the 3rd time in a row, and then a multiple people have to pull me off of a piece of equipment as I threaten to run the operator of that equipment through his own equipment. It only happened a couple times. But
hang on, I can puppeteer this. Well, Aaron, thanks for your insight into my science.
Yeah, Lee, it's a thing that I've tried to become is less random anger, because it generally doesn't help. Disappointment. Letting people know that, hey, are you the person that Mr. Rogers would want you to be? And if they're a person of a certain age, that should be the most cutting of statements. of self-reflection things. And if it doesn't work on them, then they clearly don't have a soul, and they're not even worth your anger. So.
Look for the helpers.
Yes, exactly.
Thanks, Earthquake Protection Bed.
All right. It's getting late here for me, so we will chat later.
All right. I'll talk to you later. And then just so I don't get jump scared by the sound in 3 minutes. There we go. Yeah, that was fun. I might be popping some more streaming out before I'm leaving Thursday. Hey, by the way, if anyone new character. If anyone is arriving at TFCon LA at LAX on Thursday evening and wants to split a ride share, let me know, because I'm okay to just do a ride share. I've planned around that, but I figured I would just ask. I'll probably ask when I get in too, because if we split a ride share, then it costs half as much. That's math. But yeah. I'll go back to this. Hi. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. That was very fun. I was really hoping that I was just like, if we can get into part of November, then we got it. Then we're set. But this was even better, because holy moly, the preview of January was juicy, and I can't get over the phrase, dear valued Sub-Contractor. Yeah, Long was here. I had fun. That many streams happening was partly the news diving, but excuse me, I have a yawn bubble. I still have some stuff I want to crack open. I'd like to stream cracking it open. So I might slide in if we really get a pile of snow this weekend. I might do a stream because I'm gonna not want to like go out because I will simply assume the sidewalks are not cleared. I'll take a look. The goal is set on Aaron's on Axsmith's, who represents Aaron's Extra Life page. $1,500 goal for Extra Life for the Dahir Insat session. Usually you'd have to pay $2,000 for those, so you're getting a deal. Yeah, I got some box shredding I might do. Alexa Silver, your Firebird, is that the Guttai Firebird? Because if so, I'm hella jealous. The Guttai and Pose Plus are two toy lines I have never handled, and I feel like they'd be up my alley, and unfortunately, I have trouble making financial room for them because I impulse buy to get serotonins and dopamines. Oh, hell yeah. I someone in the Discord was saying like that thing looked really baller, and I went to look around to see how much it is, and price was like understandable, but I was mostly greeted with it being sold out. So I was like, dang. I'm sure I can track one down. I only looked on Google, and I didn't put swear words in the search, so it might not have shown me everything. But I hope it's fun. My understanding is the Guttai is very like prioritize the Guttai, but in a way that might be kind of up my alley. That thing cuts a silhouette. I'm assuming you mean Firebird, unless there's someone standing behind me, in which case, like, hey, you know, they're locked in here with... No, that's too cool. They're locked in here with me. That's more of a Rorschach voice. He has to sound like a scumbag. Oh, yeah. I mean, Firebird is a classic. Firebird, by the way, is where is this a butterfly? No. Is this a pigeon? No. You know the meme I'm talking about. Now I don't remember what the animal is and what he gets wrong. But the is this a is from Firebird. I just saw Hi Kids, I'm Foldy the Earthquake Bed. That's pretty solidly. A butterfly, okay. I can't remember the meme anymore because I was so annoyed that people were using it and then saying, I don't know what anime this is from. And I was like, classic Yusha friggin' Obari friggin' Sunrise friggin' Takara friggin' Firebird hits difference is he's just one big plane. That's what I figured, yeah. Because he's like the Gatai that is very much just like a transformer, is what my assumption would be. I'm gonna close this stupid earthquake protection bed thing. But yeah, where'd my music go? I'll probably catch y'all at least a couple more times before I travel. So I'm traveling Thursday. I'm probably going to stream on a weekday or two sometime next week, unless things get really bonkers. But the main things I want to do before TFCon LA happen, other than make my panel slides now that I know they're all happening, is I want to finish at least the videos of the non-combined modes of the 3 Giant Legion packs, because I wanted to get those done in February, but I had polar vortex-induced seasonal depressos with a big old garnish of executive dysfuncto, and that was sort of a bummer. But we had some streaming, which made up for it, for me at least. So I'd like to do the reviews of those things. I want to wait on the combined mode till I make a dramatized sequence, because I'm stuck in my ways and I'm a weirdo. But it would be nice to have some stuff done so that when I get to TFCon, like say I'm on a panel with YouTubers in it, I can actually go like, and I posted something this week too. Look, and then I assume that things will work tech-wise. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, Alex, you're right. Like Might Gain is mostly a train. Yeah. he's mostly a train with arms that do things. But yeah, I said this before. If you cannot make it to TFCon LA, my glasses keep falling down. Don't worry about it too much, because I am hopefully going to be able to get a hold of panel footage unless something wrong happens, and so I can share all of that stuff once I get back and edit it together. It's not going to be like instantaneous probably, because it always takes me a while, because I want to do fun things with the edits where I can. But yeah, should be a good time. If you are coming to LA, may I suggest a couple things? Number one, come to all my panels. Here, let me bring it up again. May I suggest, number one, go to everything I'm doing. Adam Bilmu, did you see? My fears came true. You have the 9 a.m. slot. But I feel that you are capable of this though. You have the morning powers. The schedule is up. But yeah, if you are at LA, number one, please come to my panels. They should be fun. Number two, if you're going to the YouTube People's panel, I'm gonna give you a little preview as the person who is probably going to be tone controlling a little bit as we move through. For the questions and answer thing that is a bulk of the panel, please, and I'll probably say it fairly firmly on the day. Please come with a singular, concise question. Because based on last year, I think it is important to A, request a singular, concise question, and B, note that Jobby has a table. So if you can't get in everything you wanted to say in the panel, you can go to Jobby's table and even purchase some of his things and also speak to him. So we got so much. We have so much experience now. We got so many safety nets now. We're an oiled machine now. I'm ready to. I was about to say ready to kick some asses at that panel. Hopefully that's not necessary. Then right before that panel, hang out with me and Aaron talking about the news and doing that Q&A. And then the strange situation I'm now realizing of that panel ending and me just continuing to sit there. That's weird. Good planning. That's good panel planning. And also do check out other panels. Aaron Archer Q&As are always a pretty fruitful time, is my understanding, because I've picked up tons of tidbits from them. Kian's panels, 3 p.m. on Sunday, and where to go? And 5 p.m. on Saturday. Those are going to be hella worth it. Now I'm seeing new Gutai stuff like the Braver and Voice. But yeah, they have a Gutai. That's where the Good Smile Bravern happened, right? It was Gutai. I think so. The only thing I need to know about is like what we do at 7 o'clock here, because this is a collision. This is a I don't understand what's happening. Unless both those panels are supposed to be 30 minutes. That has happened before on Fridays. Yeah. I'm gonna send it. I'll try to remember to send an email to Inquisit as to what that means. Because if it's 30 minutes, that's fine. I just need to know before I make the slides. Yeah. Otherwise, I'll be around. If you are going to LA and you see me, like, feel free to say, hey, what's up? If I'm in a rush, busy, going somewhere, I'll just try to be clear that I'm doing that, and please don't be upset. I'll put my PSA out there again, but I know none of you need to hear this. I'll just put it out there to get it in the consciousness. I would recommend, given that this convention is being put on by a team of pretty much primarily almost all Canadians, if you think you got a real zinger like 51st State joke, you don't, and it's not worth it, and don't do it. You'll simply look like a dope, and not in the funny way, but in the like now everyone's uncomfortable way. So I would recommend not. Timu, no, you split screen the projector. Taco. I mean, if we could just like. I would be down, because Jim Sorensen is always down for some kooky stuff. He's always ready to get panel freaky. He has helped me out with some of the Manic Marathons before and had a good time doing it. So if we just simultaneously did our panels out loud and strove to deliver our panels while attempting to just not listen to each other to create a raw wall of noise, I would kind of be down for that, because I think it would be funny, especially when one of them is a panel literally about de-stressing, and then our panel space is just filled with absolutely distressing noise. That would be pretty funny. Well, no, Lee, what I'm trying to say is, like, hey, to everyone, now that, I'm sure Jim hasn't seen this yet, so if you are there, like, I know that, if it comes down to it, we'll simply tie him up. Like, we'll be friendly about it, but we'll simply just tie him up, and it should all be good. Challenge him to the water pissing game. I don't have any! They didn't come out in Canada! So, I mean, if someone can bring some to LA, then I'm down, and I can cheat. Because I understand how the game is lost. And in that sense, I also understand how the game is won. But yeah, that's exciting. Now I can make my goofy graphic for what I'm doing, sort of. Well, no, I need to figure this thing out first. Chris Muse, I am still looking into it. Thank you. This is becoming an issue this year. It is now March 2025, and I do not appear to still yet be in possession of the Transformers water pissing game update concluded. That should be your quest of the show. Buy some water pissers. No! I want Hasbro to give them, to gift them, to not review sample. I want them to be given to me, gifted to me, with a nice handwritten letter saying we apologize for our treatment of John Warden and all the other, and then list all the other names of all those people they laid off right before Christmas. That's what they owe me. I guess they owe them their jobs too. Steakbar, water pissers. What else could one even piss? Well, there have been discussions about what else to load into the hydropods, and what level of viscosity is necessary to still function through the hydropods. Chris Muse, it is indeed a piss you. That actually rolls off the tongue pretty well. A piss you? Gesundheit. Yeah? Damn. That was a good one. Yeah, it was. Oh yeah. The red food color, like I think that's a straightforward one. The red 52 or whatever. I still think Jello is possible. Well, no, but there's no suction. If you were to put Jello in a hydropod, you'd have to get in there and just go like, just like get it out of there. And then where's it going? Into your mouth. So then you gotta go, and at that point, to most of the waking world, you look like a person who just sucked a bunch of Jello out of a toy and spat it on the table. And then they're probably not going to listen to you when you explain to those ignoramuses, those Luddites, that what you're doing is simply a Jello variant of the popular game Hydropods Transformers. And those are just an iota of the difficulties I put up with, trying to live a civilized life in this day and age. How satisfying would that be? I mean, you're not wrong. It's like, wait, I swallow. Well, I mean, how do I know that I won? There's no proof of my victory. Tom, but I forgot this was a live stream and not. To be honest, I felt that way before. I have been in your position before, so relatable. But yeah, still working on the part where I can close streams. Damn, it's a hard skill to learn. I didn't even turn the music on. Like, I gotta go to Facecam first, or I just don't feel right about it. Here we go. Anyway, yeah, I will stream again before I leave. So I'm gonna add copy that. Oh, by the way, also new ToyHax code is up. It should be. Let me double check. It should be Marty Grangelus, but I will double check it. I know it was approved, but I don't know if it's live yet. Where's that? There we go. The March 2025 hex code is... There we go, Marty Grangelus. So that is the ToyHax code for March 2025. That was the other thing that made me really actually get sad the other day, was realizing earlier this week, even if I got the first of the Giant Legion reviews actually finished this week, it would probably be too late for a Candy Gramgelus ad call-out to really accomplish anything other than... Someone left a comment on the Legacy G1 Optimus going like, I'm surprised ToyHax keep you on, given you're making these ad drops, like, with less than a day left before the coupon happens, but hell yeah, brother. And I was just like, man, you don't follow me on anywhere and don't read the community posts, do you? Oh, man. Because, just so you know, the ToyHax code, once I make the graphic for it, it's always in community posts. It's always on my Blue Sky, usually stickied. And it's always on my Instagram. So, if you're curious if I have a code, I put it up on all those spots, just in case things happen where it doesn't end up in a video. So I feel I need to do more to get the word out about that. When it appears in videos, I have like a little text blurb that's like, check socials for more. I'm not sure what else to do. I don't really want to pause the whole video to appear like this suddenly, jump scare, and go like, hey, the code is also on my social medias all the time. If you think there isn't one, go check if there is. Like, if I do, I just think that ruins the feed the machine thing. Do the codes have a character limit? I don't know, but I don't want to push it, because my template that they go in, I once had one that went long enough where I had to change the font size, and then that meant that when I made the next month's one, I had to change the font size again, and frankly, that was harrowing. I don't want to have to change the font size anymore. So, Marty Grangelus, Candy Grangelus, they're kind of my goal lengths. I was also kind of, because I was like, should March be Viva Vangelus? like VIVAVANGLUS. But then I was like, I should save that one. I should save that one for later. So then I went to see if Mardi Gras happened at all in this month, because I don't know. Because I don't really know when many holidays happen off the top of my head. I rely on being told by my phone. But I've also blown through some of the good ones. Like Spooky Vangelus has been used. I don't know if I can reuse them. That's something I gotta ask them sometime. Because there were some ones I really liked. Didn't I have Bunny Vangelus once? I like that one. Mistake Boy, I can tell you Mardi Gras is a Tuesday. Alright, 1 in 52 chance. Hell yeah. Oh, I'll just say it here, by the way. If you are interested in any of those card packs that TransformersTCG.org are moving on their coffee shop page, there is a code for that, too. The code is just Vangelus, and it does a 10% off. That will have a direct link in the Vox shredding when I fix up its description and everything. But if you were looking at the goodie packs or anything, I have a code there too. That one does not really... That one feeds the machine, but in a different way. That one mostly feeds the dopamine machine for Bilmu, as far as I'm aware. But I'm not sure what necessarily pumps into his brain when it goes off. It is less clever. I believe I called that out in the video. It is a predictable coupon code. Mud. But you know what? Sometimes people like predictable. Sometimes I'm just spiraling off now into the dickhead auteur character. It's like, you know, don't feel bad. You know, sometimes the people they like white bread. You know, sometimes the people they like ketchup. Sometimes the people they like the regular potato chip. You know, sometimes the people they like the unflavored Pringles. The people. The beef. Wait, what's a people? Ketchup and white breads. Okay, listen. I know it's a bit, right? The ketchup and white bread sandwich. When I was a kid, I did make those for like 6 calendar months when I was in elementary school, because when I didn't know any better, which is that I was basically spreading salt and sugar onto a piece of very sugar-laden bread, they were pretty good as an after-school snack. Anyone else here, all right? Let they who are without sin cast the first stone. Anyone else here back me up? Who else did ketchup sandwiches? I know you're out there. Don't lie to me. I actually can't see what you're saying if I look up here, so pardon me. What is ketchup if not tomato jam? Correct, Tombot. The character you're giving off there makes it seem like the phrase, the people, sounds like a slur. I hadn't thought about that, but that's actually that's an interesting idea. I do like the idea of like for acting purposes, the slur tone versus the slur word. We're like, oh, ketchup. Huh. You know when you spit a word. Leak album. My mother ate mayonnaise sandwiches. That seems hard. I like mayonnaise. Were they toasted? Or was it untoasted bread? Because that's incredibly important. Alexis Silver, I did the Dunkin' grilled cheese into alphagettis like a connoisseur. I've never had one of those, actually. Have I lived life? Really? Mistake Boy, I did a ketchup sandwich. However, there was a grilled slab of ground beef in the middle as well. Not sure if that counts. A beef and ketchup sandwich. Was it on bread, or did you use like the weird the dome bread, the ball bread? I used to eat ketchup packets when I worked at Burger King to help with Nick Fit. That sounds legit though. That's a packet. That's different. Psychological thing. To me, a packet is different than a squirt. you know? Because a squirt, you have picked up a bottle, you have flipped a lid, you have consciously squirted it all over whatever it is you're doing, right? A packet, you went, you know? That's two things, and the packet has been thrown away. You know, different brands. Long, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard of the word bun in my entire life. Please don't use foreign swear words. It's like, well, yes, the hemisphere bread. Okay, yeah. I've seen that. I've seen that. The hemispherical bread and ketchup sandwich. I have no idea. She was a child, and I refuse to listen any further. The only reason I ask, if a mayonnaise sandwich is on toast, at least then the mayonnaise is kind of melting into a savory, into the toast, like butter would. I've had buttered toast. I'm fine with that. If it was untoasted bread with mayonnaise squirted on it, then, like, that is built different and respectable, but I don't think I could do that. Oh, yeah, Bill Moo, exactly. As Tomato Optimus Prime once said, let them squirt. That's not good enough. Let them squirt. Let them squirt. No, I'm getting that waiver. Let them squirt. Too much Let them squirt. 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 Let them squirt. We're working this out. Tonbot, quote, I'm starting to think y'all were broke. I mean, you don't... This is a good clippable moment. You can see context on a clip if you click watch full video, so you can't ruin me. That'd make a great catch line for the pissing game. Okay. Hey, Boulder, what's up? I'm just workshopping a line, okay? I'm workshopping. Preserves on toast and cheese. Preserves on toast and cheese toast. Cheese toast? Not grilled cheese, but cheese toast? Also legit. Grilled cheese? Hey, listen, grilled cheese? Respectable. I'm okay with grilled cheese, but cheese toast, pretty good. Chris Muse, my weird childhood snack was a bowl of bananas, milk, and sugar. That is not weird. I mean, I can see how someone could see it's weird, but you are basically having yogurt sundae stuff. Add garlic and herb to your grilled... yeah, I mean, yeah. Boiled cheese. Difficult to control. Sky CU, American cheese is good, you can't change it. American cheese is functional. It's absolutely functional. Would I want to just, like, eat a slice of it myself? No. But it is functional cheese. It serves purposes. We don't call it American cheese here. We call it processed cheese. And so every time someone says American cheese, I always want to say which one. Fruit cereal. This freak puts a bunch of berries in a bowl and pours milk on them and some sugar and eats it with a spoon. This absolute parasite. Just flipping out at the idea of peaches and cream. You need that cheese-like substance. But when I do it, I call it ice cream. Deconstructed berry custard, yes. Doesn't every cheese undergo a process? Yeah, but, like, we're not calling it American cheese. We're not. It's not the same. I still don't understand how it became called American cheese. I could look that up, I suppose. But no, in my entire life, it has always been known as processed cheese, as opposed to unprocessed cheese, I suppose. Now that you're putting it this way, yeah, what would unprocessed cheese be? Well, many things. A bunch of goop. Chris Muse, when I was 6, I made cheese soup by leaving cheese strings and water in my sister's play kitchenette, then forgetting about it for a month. Yeah. Oh, Adam Bill Moo. Yeah, my Google Maps updated with that. The Gulf of American processed cheese. It was weird. There's like a slash, and it says that as though there's like two names now. Weird. Unprocessed cheese equals space dust. That's. Are we saying that the Kraft Dinner powder is just unprocessed cheese? Because then I want to see the process. I want to witness the process. Lee Calba, it was part of the branding when Kraft developed it to be shelf-stable cheese food. Yeah, it's a very kind way to put it. It is processed. Ah, yes, aged. Thank you. Talking about tomorrow's my friend's birthday, so I'm assembling a Planeswalker Smash or Pass tier maker tier list for them. That's very kind. If I had to, like, assemble my own tier lists, which I don't think I had to for that McDonald's one, or did I? Now, granted, nobody was there except me, but I'm asking the room, did I make that tier list or did I find it? Because I can't remember. Where is my records keeper? I think this is the perfect time for me to get the music playing. That's going to be loud. Got it. Hey! Wait. 24.4. Hey! Thank you for watching. Another stream here on that old Vangelus YouTube channel. I will catch you all again probably before my trip to Los Angeles, nee Burbank. But I'll catch you all. I'll catch you all later. Production value is unreal. I know. I set that to negative 24.4 dB. I know what I'm doing. I know talking volume and I know under music volume. If I was able to get some EQ going on here, but I can't because OBS has it, but it's all goopy. I'd even take the top level down a little bit, and then kind of take my lower level down at the same time, so that we jigsaw the two sound waves together. I learned that at school. Anyway, I will talk to you all later. Take it easy out there. Long was here, no worries. I can't guarantee I'm going to stream that many times every week forever, but like whenever it grips me to, I probably will. And you know what I did learn from this week is what days, like streaming a whole lot in 1 week, I might do it a few more times just to start identifying what days feel like a good, more regular streaming day. Because right now I still don't know. But also it seems to work out either way because we got VODs. Anyway, I'll catch you all later. Take it easy, stay safe out there, nourish yourself, and do your best to be kind to yourself because you do deserve it. I checked, the ledger says so. You can't argue economics. This has been a production of the year 2004. Coming up next, time. Year will return in 2005.
Let them come.